Chapter 76, Wrapping Things Up. Geez, Lefi, you went way too far. The hero crossed her arms and frowned as she scolded the dragon girl. I can't believe you burnt down a whole house. MMRPH, the silver-haired girl groaned. I see not the issue of which you speak. It has only suffered a minor burn, and it is not as if I left my flames to burn. In fact, I dare say that I quelled them rather quickly. Oh, I think you did a little more than just quelling them, said Nell. You basically caused a whole freaking flood. There was so much water that you not only wrecked the house that was on fire, but also destroyed the one next to it. And that one was doing perfectly fine even without your help. It wasn't even anywhere close to getting caught in the flames, for I returned to the church with the perpetrator in hand, only to catch Lefi and Nell having a conversation that bore a rather strong resemblance to a typical two-man Japanese comedy skit. The hell are you two doing? I almost felt the urge to sigh and roll my eyes as I landed next to them. Oh, hi Yuki. The hero greeted me before getting back to grumbling and complaining. I think it's a lot more Lefi than the both of us. I mean, just look at what she's done. I turned my eyes in the direction she was pointing only to end up resting my eyes on a pair of houses, if you could still call them that. Both were more or less completely demolished, with a few minor differences. The first was totally scorched, whereas the second looked like the victim of some sort of devastating flood. Like, what the heck? The human girl crossed her arms and turned back towards the dragon as she continued to rant. Using fire makes sense, but you really didn't have to light everything on fire. The house was nowhere near them. You totally could have avoided it. I'd expected the hero to be mad, but not at Lefi. She'd been quite mad that I teased her the way I did, but her mood had been overwritten. Every last bit of anger had been redirected towards Lefi and her antics. I see not a problem. I used only as much power as necessary to consign the dead to the abyss. My actions were just and therefore the results inevitable. That's a big fat lie and you know it. I totally heard you say oops right when you cast the spell. Cornered, Lefi could only avert her gaze. She outright refused to look Nell in the eye. Yeah, I think I pretty much understand what's happened here now. A bit of a wry smile crept up on my lips as I continued to watch the two engage in banter, or at least that was the plan. Is the man you hold under your arm perhaps one of the imbeciles of which you spoke? Lefi, however, was out of wiggle room. She didn't have any other way to dispute Nell's point, and she didn't exactly find much joy in getting scolded. So she blatantly changed the topic. Pretty much, yeah, this asshole's one of the retards that ruined our happy little getaway. I released my grip on the shady-looking man and allowed gravity to take over. The result? His face promptly ended up smashing itself into the ground. Despite the rough treatment, the man failed to respond. He was out cold. That said, he likely wouldn't have been able to right himself even if he wasn't. The chains he was bound with were quite literally embedded inside his flesh. Fighting the zombies that the necromancer had summoned had gotten me a bit too excited. I had only accidentally rammed my blade through his gut because I'd let the blood get to my head. Though I didn't particularly care about the man's fate, I realized that letting him die wasn't exactly the best course of action given that he had yet to reveal his motives. He had literally been just a few seconds short of falling into the abyss, so I quickly grabbed a pair of high-grade health potions out of my inventory and used both. Again, I wouldn't have cared if he died, but the miraculous power within the high-grade potions had allowed him to narrowly escape the Reaper's scythe. So effective were the potions that they made his wound seem outright irrelevant. His flesh, bones, and organs all rapidly regenerated right before my eyes. It was like I was watching someone play the whole injury process in reverse. This is so gross I don't even know what I'm supposed to say. It's actually giving me goosebumps. The reason his chains had been integrated with his flesh was because I'd wrapped them around him mid-recovery. He was likely going to need to have his guts cut open if he wanted them removed. No way he's getting away. In fact, he's probably going to be stuck with those for life, but oh well, whatever. Not my problem. Besides, it's at least better than being dead. He appears to be quite the eccentric, said Lefi as she stared at the chains. So, that's kinda my doing and not his. Left eye. Is he the perpetrator? The hero narrowed her eyes. One of them. I can say for sure that he's probably guilty since he used something that seemed more or less like necromancy. Not sure about the guys he had with him. I kinda already killed them. I see. Then I guess that means you're why all the undead stopped moving. Did they now? The hero quickly explained that the zombies had all stopped moving around the time I defeated the perpetrator. Oh, I guess it must have been because I smashed that one suspicious-looking magically enhanced item I spotted on my way back over. Our conversation was soon interrupted by the approach of a noisy crowd. The group, which seemed to be composed of guards and adventurers, was moving down the city's main street. They held their weapons ready and carefully scrutinized their surroundings as they moved. Their expressions, however, revealed that they were feeling more bewildered than they were tense. What the hell is going on here? A man in the group's vanguard voiced the question that they had all wanted to ask. They had come out ready to fight to the death, only to find that the zombies they were supposed to subjugate had already fallen. They were no longer sure what they were supposed to do or how they were supposed to feel. "Oh, hey old man," I addressed the soldier that had let his wonder leak through to the surface. "Wait a second. Aren't you supposed to be this city's governor? Why are you all the way out here? Seems kinda reckless if you ask me. I couldn't possibly sit at home while the city is under attack," the Lord replied as he greeted me with a nod. "I'd like to ask you the same question. Why are you here?" "I'm only here 'cause Nell's here," I said. "Oh yeah, here. This asshole's the perp." I kicked the shady-looking douchebag and sent him rolling towards the governor. I saw him sneaking around just outside town, so I nabbed him. There were a few others, but they're all dead. "Might be a good idea for you to send a few guys over to confirm it for you." "I will have it arranged," said the governor. "Would you mind if we took the man you have just presented us into custody immediately?" "Go for it." "Not like there's any reason for me to keep him around," I said. "The only condition I have is that you guys tell me what he says when he spills the beans." I wanted to interrogate the man myself, but I had no experience in making people talk. I wasn't exactly what one could call a fan of gore, and hitting him until he gave in seemed like more of a pain than it was worth. All I had wanted to do was sit back and enjoy my vacation. The only reason I had gotten involved at all was because I had happened to get caught in the crossfire. It only made sense to have the old man interrogate him in my place. He likely either knew how to do it himself or had just the right person for the job on staff. I doubt he'll withhold his discoveries, especially since I was the one who caught the bastard in the first place. "Fine. We do owe you, both for capturing him and for saving the city. I swear that I will tell you anything he says." The governor looked over the zombies turned corpses as he spoke. He did, however, flash a wry smile and look in my direction as he spotted a certain pair of houses. "Bruh. That wasn't even me." "Listen up." The governor turned around and began to address his men. "The threat is no more. However, that doesn't mean that you've the time to lazily sit around and space out. We must immediately shift gears and devote ourselves to reconstructing everything that was destroyed." The bewildered soldiers and adventurers, who had been at a loss due to the sudden change in situation, began to cheer in response to the Lord's words. The cheers gradually grew louder as the would-be combatants overcame their shock and finished processing everything that had happened. And, before long, the cheers transformed into a deafening roar that echoed throughout the city. Editor's note: Joker, hey, guys, Joker here. Well, color me surprised. I thought that sneaky bastard would have had a backup plan, but nah. Luckily, Yuki managed to rein his bloodlust in enough to get someone to interrogate. "And you're full of BS, Yuki." "I wasn't exactly what one could call a fan of gore, my ass. You turned 5 people into literal tomato paste and helped expedite the delivery of oxygen to the last guy's lungs. Bah. Japanese people always being afraid of gore. Woo. The nickel is kicking in something fierce." Let's get to the Ask Joker segment now before I pass out. Teddy asks, "Do you know or have an opinion on why Yuki just killed off the necromancers?" I know he was pissed and all, but it feels lacking in impact if he just kills them and not bring them to court, then later on torturing them. Maybe he could have brought the corpse to the dungeon since he has inventory to see what happens to them and how many points they give. Well, This chapter sure answered the question for me. As for why he killed the other 5, he was mad, and he probably wants to build good relations with the governor, so that's why he handed over the bodies. It's not like he really needs the DP. What with Lefi being there? Dicky Satira asks, which genre are your favorite tags? V. Are you vanilla faction or NTR faction? And what are the most f'd up hentai you ever watched that might scar your eero life? 3. Genres shall remain a secret to keep this chapter from being flagged NSFW. I'm a hardcore vanilla faction myself, and I did watch an episode of Baku no Pico on a dare once. Needless to say, that person and I aren't friends anymore. Taru asks, which one are you part of, the plains or the mountains? XD, nice, soft, rolling hills, just right to drive up and over, but not too bad to where I have to break out the 4-wheel drive. Oh, wait. You mean that? Soft rolling hills, just right to drive up and over, but not too bad to where I have to break out the 4-wheel drive. Confusing thingy? Atan Pamphiloiu asks, the Stormcloaks or the Imperial Legion? Both. It depends on the story I build up for my character that I'm playing as. For example, a proud Nord would be Stormcloak, but an orc mercenary would probably be Imperial. Zekindo asks, Lich or Lick? I used to think it was one way, then found out it was the other. In my head, I still pronounce it wrong due to habit. This was answered by Yashual below this post, but it's still a #Ask Joker. So, Lich. Jad Al-Sadi asks, what do you think is the most twisted mech and also the author in Lane May's Story of a Careless Demon? Did read it? Most twisted mech? I'd have to go with the protag of Arifureta. He's just too cold for my tastes, even though I know he has every right to be, and no idea on author, sorry. As for if I've read that, no I haven't. Anonymous Fairy asks, hey yo, me again. Thanks for responding last time since I am normally the person everyone forgets. Anyways, what is your favorite book in for each genre? Isekai, fantasy, romance, comedy. Thanks for the work you put into each chapter. Tell Boss Young Gun, is the boss because he is your boss or just part of the name? Thanks from me as well. If possible, I'll reply to anyone who posts a question before Boss Young Gun sends us the next one. So, favorite novels, in order: Death March, Goblin Slayer, Spice and Wolf, Konosuba, and Boss Young Gun is the boss. Nothing more, nothing less. Does he have every right to fire me if I don't do a good enough job? Yuppers. But am I on a payroll and everything for him? No, but I sure wish I was. Last but certainly not least, Zed Cashew asks, that was too easy. Do you think their boss is another cute girl that Yuki won't kill? Looks above at the chapter. Something's telling me, no not really. But I won't discount the possibility that one is controlling the strings from the background. I dunno, haven't read ahead. And that'll do it for this round of #Ask Joker. Boy, my vision is starting to split up, so I guess the nickel is kicking in. Remember, if you have a question you'd like answered, leave it in the comments with the #AskJoker and I'll answer it next time. Or DM on Discord. Either way works. See ya all in the next chap. ZZZZZZZZZZZ. Chapter 77. A Demon Lord's Tale. Dungeons, Monster Girls, and Heartwarming Bliss. Chapter 77. Firelight. The city's reconstruction progressed with gusto. Apparently, crises like yesterday's zombie outbreak were common. The guards, adventurers, and citizens alike were already accustomed to bouncing back and rebuilding. In fact, that was exactly what had happened to the two houses that Lefi had wrecked through a mix of flame and water. They'd both been demolished and partially rebuilt. Fortunately, we weren't asked to pay any sort of remuneration despite our direct involvement in their deconstruction. And, although I referred to it as reconstruction, that wasn't exactly what the relevant tasks required. The zombies hadn't been the direct cause of any sort of architectural destruction. Most of the non-Lefi-related damage caused to the city's infrastructure had arisen from the fires that had been ignited during the assault. Thus, most of the townsfolk had spent their time burying the dead, a task they'd finished in under a day. The evening was thus dedicated to a task that naturally followed the many burials, mourning the dead. Specifically, The town was hosting a festival to honor those that had passed in the incident. Once again, the city was turned into a ball of noise. This time, however, it was filled not with screams, but rather the sounds of people eating, drinking, and laughing the night away. Levi and I were in the middle of all the noise. We were situated near the edge of a large plaza, at the center of which was a warm bonfire. Like just about everyone else, we were eating stuff we'd bought from nearby stalls. I cast my glance beside me and regarded the dragon girl, who just happened to be eating something that looked a lot like grilled squid. Though she was stuffing her face, her charm was clearly conveyed to me nonetheless. She was beautiful, beautiful in such a way that it made me want to describe her as both attractive and mysterious. The way the firelight illuminated her face only made her even more appealing to the eye. Man, seeing her like this almost makes me want to make her wear a yukata. What is it? Noticing my stare, Levi turned towards me. Nah, it's nothing. You may regard my food all you wish, but I will allow you none of it. That's a shame. I broke into a wry smile before turning back towards the bonfire. The center of the plaza was especially lively. There looked to be a group of street performers playing a series of instruments and bringing smiles to the faces of the people around them. Watching the city's residents enjoy themselves ultimately lifted my own spirits. I couldn't deny that seeing them make merry like this made me feel as if my actions were well worth it, even though they'd stemmed from naught but a petty desire for vengeance. All I'd wanted to do was punch the bitch that messed up our vacation, but it had turned into oh so much more. I still had yet to find out much more about the incident. That, however, was apparently soon to change. The shady-looking asshole I captured was already in the midst of a nice hearty round of interrogation, and it didn't seem like it would take all that long for him to spill the beans. My condolences, Shady. My condolences. I know you're going through something that's probably a good bit worse than death right about now, but it's only fair. I mean, you kinda totally messed up my happy little getaway, so you'll just have to suck it up and deal with it. One of the more surprising things about the incident was the fact that the governor seemed to have more or less accepted my testimony as is. I'd expected him to question me and ask me whether I was in fact the person behind the incident, to which he'd said, "You could easily tear this city apart with nothing but brute force should you wish it, so I don't believe there's any reason for you to bother with such a roundabout scheme." Is it just me, or has he started getting bolder lately? The city had a lot to do, and I'd enjoyed hanging around it. The inn was nice as well. That said, none of it even came close to living up to what the dungeon had to offer. More importantly, I felt as if everyone that had stayed behind would likely start to worry if we didn't return soon. It was time to go, and the first thing I'm going to do the moment I get back is dive into that super comfy futon of mine. We'd already arranged for the hero to deliver the results of Shady's interrogation at a later date, so there wasn't a need for us to hang around and wait for him to crack. I'd told her that she didn't need to and that it would be fine for her just to head home since she was more or less done with her mission, but she refused on the grounds that she wanted to see her job all the way through to the end. How earnest and upright. Oh yeah, Levi, that reminds me. What is it? Here. I grabbed a certain special something out of my inventory and handed it to her. She blinked as she looked at it. Is that perhaps a ring? Yeah, I happened to see something that I thought would look good on you, so. Yeah, you know. I awkwardly scratched the back of my head in embarrassment as I answered her question. I'd spotted it amongst the wares of a suspicious-looking old lady a good bit before the incident. The moment I first laid eyes on it was the moment I realized that it would look great on Levi. I was so overwhelmed by the thought that I'd purchased it before I realized it. All in all, the ring wasn't particularly complex. Its frame was of a simple silver construction, save for the pale emerald line running through its center. There was a second line at the top of the ring, which intersected with the first to make a cross, inside of which lay a bit of magical energy. Adorning the ring was a small but beautiful jewel, one that remained translucent despite being dyed a shade of crimson. It was a design that fit particularly well with the dragon girl's beautiful platinum-colored hair. Most important of all, however, wasn't the ring's appearance, but rather its effect. Analyze had identified it as follows: adjustable ring. This ring size will change such that it fits its owner. Quality, A+. It seemed extremely convenient in the sense that it wouldn't break, even if she were to revert to her draconic form. Giving it to her, of course, made me feel extremely embarrassed, but I knew that giving this sort of gift was something that only grew more difficult with time. I'd probably end up never giving it to her at all if I kept fussing about the particulars, and that'd just be wasteful, especially since I've already bought it. Leffy put her food back down on the plate she had on her lap before accepting the ring. She held it in both hands and examined it, all while bearing a serious look in her eye, only to stifle a giggle shortly after. What? I asked. It is nothing. She shook her head. I believe it falls within the realm of tradition for you to place this present of yours upon me, huh? Yeah, I guess. I tried my best to keep calm as she presented me her left ring finger. Is that just a coincidence? It's gotta be, right? I took the ring from her other hand and slowly slipped it on. Her finger was so smooth to the touch that I was reluctant to part with it. I felt the urge to never part my hand from her own. Leffy waited for the ring to fall into place before raising her hand and gazing at it as the bonfire made it glimmer with light. Thank you, Yuki. This present is one I am glad to receive. Only after she was satisfied did she finally turn towards me. Again, I tried to keep my heart under control, but I couldn't. The way the firelight lit up her gentle smile caused it to continue pounding with vigor. Translator's note: I'm looking for people to test a StarCraft 2 mod I made for an assignment. I'm currently spending a lot of time looking for testers because I really need feedback, and that's time I could be spending translating. See announcement post for more details. Editor's note: Sebastian. Hey everyone, just wanted to say a few things. The 20th is my birthday, so this chapter is almost like a gift. I say almost cause Street didn't know it was my birthday and I never said anything. Wanted to wish you all well and tell you that Leffy and Yuki are adorable sometimes and they need to get hitched soon. This means get married for those of you not quite used to English sayings yet. Don't feel like you need to say happy birthday in the comments. You can just go read The Second Coming of Avarice to help keep the translator and editor motivated, cause I'm really enjoying the series and I don't want to see it get dropped cause of low view counts killing their motivation. Chapter 78. I'm pretty sure this isn't how we left things. We're finally home. I exhaled deeply as Leffy and I finally arrived at what was effectively our doorstep, the cave in which the dungeon lay. Man, it's good to be back. Walking through this cave really makes me feel that whole home sweet home vibe. It is as you say, agreed the dragon girl. While I did enjoy my stay at that human settlement, I would not hesitate to state that I would very much prefer to spend my time relaxed atop the futon I call my own. You say that, but you pretty much spent just about as much time lazing around on the bed the hotel provided us as you would have back home. The only real difference would be that you invested a few seconds towards kicking me off from time to time. FMPH, she snorted. You should be honored that I deigned to allow you to lay by my side to begin with. Again, you're saying it like it's something special when it's not. In fact, I'd even say it happens pretty much all the goddamn time. Hell, I often wake up thinking that I didn't get a good night's rest, all cause a certain someone has a habit of getting on top of me and shoving their feet in my face in the middle of the night. Oh, would you look at that? The perp's not only gone radio silent, but also totally refusing to meet my gaze. Big surprise there. Totes didn't see it coming. Not at all. Anyway, moving on. I shrugged and casually changed the topic in order to give the mighty Supreme Dragon a bit of breathing room. The to-do at the top of my list is checking up on her. You mind if we head over to the plains, or do you wanna just dive right into the true throne room? I mind not. With my next task in mind and the Supreme Dragon's consent under my belt, I turned towards the door that led to the dungeon's grassiest floor and gave it a twist, only to find myself faced with a literal swarm of monsters. There were over 100 of them. Their forms and species were varied. The only commonality I could immediately identify was that they seemed to believe that my turf was theirs. They had began growling at us from the moment we opened the door, much in the same manner as would a feral beast an intruder. Oh shit. The first scenario that popped into mind was the absolute worst possible. I was all but certain that misfortune had fallen upon both Eluna and the maids, and to that end, I drew my blade and readied myself for vengeance. But my bloodlust waned as I heard a familiar-sounding bark resound from the castle. Was that error? I turned my head towards the sound's source, only to find the family pet, Fluffer, headed in my direction. The way the monsters reacted to his cry laid their relationship bare, for they'd immediately leapt aside to provide him a straight-line path to his destination. What? I blinked in confusion. Behold them well, Yuki, and the answer shall become clear. Levi spoke in a calm tone. Unlike me, she hadn't been the least bit panicked, not even from the get-go. Despite my confusion, I lowered my weapon and heeded her advice. I looked over the monsters again. Only this time, I analyzed them in the process. In doing so, I discovered that every single individual present shared a title, one that read as follows: Wolf Lord's subordinate, one who obeys Fluffer, the Lord of Wolves. Those that bear this title fear the Fenrir's might, are awed by his power, or both, and as a result, they have prostrated themselves before him. What the heck? Are all these monsters seriously Fenrir's subordinates? The first thing the White Wolf did as he closed the distance between us was offer an apologetic whine. Don't worry too much about it. I was a bit surprised is all, I said. Though, I do kinda want to know exactly what's going on. According to the wolf, it had all started in the middle of one of his usual hunts. He was going about his business within the Wicked Forest when he was suddenly approached by a monster that begged him not to attack it. It swore loyalty to him and agreed to obey any of his orders. He couldn't bring himself to coldly refuse its request given the lengths it had gone to in order to explain its adoration for his strength. That said, he knew that he was a monster affiliated with a dungeon, and that it might not be the best idea for him to issue others' orders on nothing but his own authority. And to that end, he continued to put off giving any orders whatsoever despite the incident repeating itself on more than just the rare occasion. The group that followed him continued to grow without him realizing just how big it had gotten. To the wolf, it had felt like all the upscaling had happened in the blink of an eye. After hearing that he had been tasked with guard duty, Fenrir's men had persistently insisted on participating until he eventually caved, and that was what had led to the status quo. Honestly, I wasn't surprised. In fact, I felt like it made a lot of sense. Fenrir's growth had made him strong, incredibly strong. His stats had long outstripped mine, and he was now able to go head-to-head with the monsters that lay to the dungeon's west, the strongest monsters in its vicinity. Is it just me? Or does he feel like more of a protagonist than me? I mean, that is supposed to be what I am, right? Seeing as how I'm the one that got ported to another world? Oh well, whatever. Doesn't really matter much to me either way. Don't worry about it, man. I pat the wolf on the shoulder as I finally finished getting over my initial confusion. I'm the one that told you to do whatever you want, and I still stand by that statement. But do make sure you take care of those men of yours. All right? Fenrir bowed his head, as if to apologize for any trouble he caused, before turning around and barking at his subordinates. They immediately heeded his command and lowered their stances in a way that almost seemed reminiscent of a group of kneeling humans. Wow, that's some discipline they've got. Goddamn, Fenrir, you've seriously got to make sure you treat them well. These guys, they be men, man. That was a shocker. It is only natural that he too would came to stand above others, for that is the fate of those who bear strength, said Levi in the most matter-of-fact tone possible. I mean, I guess that is one way to go about turning your life into a success story. Swearing loyalty to someone that's real strong definitely does seem like it'd raise your own shot at survival. 'Cause like, monsters have got it tough. They have to spend each and every day in a desperate struggle with the laws of the jungle just to survive. Finding yourself a reliable boss honestly sounds like a much better choice than trying to manage all on your own. You know, now that I think about it, being able to understand that must mean that they're pretty smart, huh? There wasn't much of a point to loitering around in the dungeon's grass zone for much longer, seeing as how I'd already finished conversing with her, and so, Levi in tow, I headed towards the castle and opened the nearest door that led straight to the true throne room. I had yet to greet the Wraith girls, but not because I was intentionally putting it off. Lefi apparently terrified them. They refused to come out of hiding in her presence, so I would have to check up on them when she wasn't around. "Hey everyone, we're back." "That we are." Lefi and I greeted everyone present as we stepped through the door. "Yay, you're back. Welcome home," the dungeon's resident little blonde girl shouted gleefully as she dashed towards the door. Without dropping her speed, she leapt through the air and dove straight at me. "Whoa, careful there," I said as I caught her in my arms. "Oh hey master, hail Lefi. Nice to see that you're back." "Welcome home." "Nice to see you too Lou." "Where's Layla at?" "She's probably in the middle of doing laundry." "I'll go and get her right away." "Nah, it's fine. All that'll probably amount to will just be you getting in the way of her work, so let's not." I flashed Lou a bit of a strained smile. The next person to greet me did so by clinging onto one of my sides. Yeah, thanks, good to be back." I slowly trailed off as I realized that something was off. Wait. Who the hell am I talking to again? The person that had just greeted me couldn't have been Eluna or either of the maids. I knew where the vampire was. I was literally hugging her as she affectionately rubbed her face against my chest. The werewolf was too far away to do anything like clinging to me, and Layla wasn't here to begin with. With those facts in mind, I slowly looked towards the source of the sensation. After turning my head, I found myself face to face with another young girl who just so happened to resemble Eluna. If I had to name a difference between the two, it would probably be the fact that one was blue, and the other was not. And by blue, I didn't mean that she had blue hair, nor that she was wearing blue. I had meant it in the most literal sense of the term. That is, I could see the floor through her translucent blue body. Silence. Silence was the only thing that I could muster as I stared at her, my mouth gaping wide open. Though it was supposed to be my first time ever seeing her, she gave off a sense of familiarity. I could immediately tell that I knew her. She was undoubtedly someone I had met in the past. No, she was more than just that. She was someone for which I felt a sense of affinity, a sense of affection. I felt as close to her as I did Lefi and Eluna, and it just so happened that the number of translucent blue individuals I happened to feel that way about numbered exactly one. "Wait. Are you Shi?" "That's it." The girl, whose body was as blue as the sea, happily jumped about on the spot in response to being identified. Chapter 79, A Demon Lord's Tale, Dungeons, Monster Girls, and Heartwarming Bliss. Chapter 79, Shiai's Evolution. "I see that yet another one of the dungeon's residents has now taken upon a form that stimulates your desires, Yuki," grumbled the dragon girl. She continued to both poke Shiai's cheeks and look her over as she spoke. "You and I really need to sit down and talk about what you think I'm into." I rolled my eyes before turning to Eluna, who just stopped glumping me. "So how did all this happen anyway?" She paused for a moment before firing off and describing the events that had occurred as quickly as she could. "Well, Shiai was kinda like, she thinks she can transform, so I told her to try, and then she did." "Right Shiai?" "White," replied the slime. The two girls exchanged a glance before turning back towards me, big smiles plastered all over their faces. "Damn. That's cute, super cute. But it doesn't exactly tell me much about what's happened." Fortunately, the vampire continued to explain, because she was just a child, she only ended up expanding on the things that she cared about. Fortunately, it was still enough information to get the gist of what had happened. The two had been playing around, as usual, while we were away, when Eluna tripped and hurt herself. Shiai immediately bounced over, and because she had thought that the wound looked like it hurt, she had touched it in an attempt to ease the pain it caused. Her body suddenly began to glow with a bright light the moment she did, and by the time it had faded, so had the cut. She first took on Eluna's form shortly after the incident. She felt as if she'd suddenly gained the ability to do so, and figured that she may as well try given that the girl had urged her to do exactly that. Wait. Does that mean that Eluna and Shiai were totally able to talk even back when Shiai was still just in her slime form? The fuck? Yeah, You know what, I'll just bench that thought for now and come back to it later. Long story short, I had evolved, and the instant she touched the vampire's wound was probably the exact moment it happened. I understood the events that had transpired, but, despite Iluna's explanation, I wasn't able to make heads or tails out of an important question. Why? But since sitting around wasn't going to help me solve the puzzle, I decided to check the slime's stats for myself. General information: name, Shii class, healer race, heal slime level, 11 HP, 130 MP, 572 strength, 21 vitality, 51 agility, 32 magic, 256 dexterity, 64 luck, 114. Unique skills: Transformation, Skills Predation 3, Regeneration 3, Healing Magic 2. Titles: Demon Lord, Skin Therapeutic Slime. Well then, that's a huge change if I've ever seen one. Her magic stat had grown so much that it was now more than twice that of the humans I'd analyzed in town. Wait, I could swear that the only times we've ever taken her outside were when we took her on walks. And the dungeon itself has almost never been attacked. How the hell did she get enough exp to evolve? Layla had explained to me upon the occurrence of my own evolution that monsters were typically the quickest to evolve. From that perspective, I thought that it wasn't all that strange for Shii to have fulfilled all the necessary requirements. It was possible that she had somehow managed to leech a bit of experience here and there. Still, I doubt that it'd be anywhere near enough for her to level up. So wait a second. Only after another moment's worth of contemplation did I realize that Shii had a skill by the name of Predation. It was an ability that apparently allowed her to do something along the lines of absorbing the magical energy contained within whatever she ate, and because the slime was pretty much willing to ingest anything I tossed her way, I'd ended up feeding her a whole bunch of random shit. The number of mana-rich afternoon snacks she'd had was impressive, to say the least. Yeah. That's gotta be it. She probably just ripped the mana out of everything I fed her and turned it into exp. As much as I wanted to believe that I had finally reached the correct conclusion, I still felt that something was off. She'd grown far too much for someone that had done nothing but employ the power of gluttony. If eating was enough to make one evolve, then all the forest's predators would have long done exactly that. Carnivores ate meat every day, after all, and even those that didn't prefer meat had plentiful access to a near excessive amount of magical energy. Most of the fruits and vegetables in the area were practically stuffed full of it. It just didn't make sense for Shii to evolve at the speed she had, even considering that she was a monster with access to plenty of food. If a few meals were all it took to turn a monster into a more powerful monster, then humanity would have long been wiped off the food chain. The dragon girl made a funny groan as she continued staring at the slime. What's up, Lefi? You look like you've got something to say. I believe that I may perhaps know the cause of Shii's sudden evolution. It likely bears a relation to my actions, for I have fed her my magical energies. You what? I happened to take notice of her habit of draining the mana from her meals, continued the dragon girl. Both her tone of voice and her expression gave rise to a sense of guilt. I provided her a portion of my own on occasion after considering that she would likely enjoy it. Yorana, wheelie tatey, said Shii with a smile. A. D. O. R. A. B. L. E. Well, that explains that, I guess. I nodded as I accepted Lefi's explanation as the key to the puzzle. I knew exactly where she was coming from, as I'd often done the exact same thing, but because Lefi was so much more powerful than me, her mana was far denser. Even a tiny bit of it went a long way. With her body in its current form, hell, even in its dragon form, she had so much mana that she wouldn't be able to contain it if it wasn't highly compressed. And that was precisely the reason that she had accidentally done in a house while attempting to burn down a zombie or two. She had an excessive amount of mana and she needed to be very careful if she wanted to use it in smaller quantities. In other words, her spell had been more powerful than intended as a result of the dragon girl's sloppy nature. Alright, That's enough about that. I'm getting a bit sidetracked. I could finally both understand and accept the cause of Shiai's speedy evolution as well as the reason for which her magic stat had increased so explosively. Our resident dragon had basically fed her steroids. Each dose of her mana may as well have been a rare candy. Speaking of rare candies, Pokemon was messed up, man. Rare candies were definitely just weird drugs. 100% for sure. The only part of Shiai's evolution that I wasn't particularly surprised about was her race. It made sense that she'd become a heal slime. She had always been responsible for soothing our minds. Her newfound ability to heal our physical wounds felt more like an extension of her existing abilities than anything else. Transformation was likely the skill that let her take on her current form. Her had it as well, but unlike the slime, Her's body wasn't nearly as malleable to begin with, so all he could do was change his size. And although I had been referring to Shiai as a her, she did not in fact have a gender given her identity as a slime. I see, so that's what happened, I muttered under my breath as I pat Shiai on the head. At first, I had only felt surprise, but the emotion had gradually faded and replaced itself with a sense of joy. Master, Shiai evolve. Happy? Sure am. I smiled at her as I continued to pat her on the head. It was true. I was happy. I was deeply moved by the fact that Shiai had changed as much as she had. I guess this is how parents must feel when they realize that their kids are all grown up. Me too, said Shiai. Look like everyone else. Happy. Oh my god. She is adorable. You're smiling as would an imbecile, Yuki. Oh shut up Lefi. You're literally doing the exact same thing. I am not. The grin upon my face is merely one that reflects my lack of fear. That's kinda weird in its own right, but okay, whatever you say. Oh yeah. I turned to Aluna. Earlier, you mentioned that Shiai was talking to you when she was still just a normal slime, right? Could you really understand her? Of course I could, nodded the vampire. 'Cause we're friends. Yeah. That's not making any sense, but you know what? They're both super cute, so I could honestly care less. Chapter 80, A Demon Lord's Tale, Dungeons, Monster Girls, and Heartwarming Bliss. Chapter 80, A New Weapon. A night had already passed since Lefi and I had returned to the dungeon. We'd spent yesterday evening giving everyone the souvenirs we'd gotten them and talking, both about everything that had happened while we were away and what we did in town. The entire conversation had actually happened over the dinner table, at which the dungeon's residents had sat until the day's end. Okay, next. Aluna cheered energetically as she pointed towards yet another object. That's called an apple. Apple. No, it's not an apple. It's an apple. A dotball. That's it. Good job. The two girls continued the adorable act of squealing in delight. Watching them caused my head to fill with so many images of cute things that I felt like I was starting to experience Gestaltserfall, yet, I didn't want to tear my eyes away from them. That was just how cute they were. The reason I almost couldn't take my eyes off them was because one of the two girls was currently in the midst of acting as an apprentice to the other. That is, Shiai, who had formed pseudo-vocal cords, was learning how to speak from Aluna. Of course, they weren't the only ones hanging around and doing whatever. Since we'd put everything behind us last night, today, we all went about doing our usual business. The maids were performing their duties, Lefi was, as proclaimed, lazing around in bed, and I was huddled up in one of the corners of the true throne room. The next task at hand was for me to construct a brand new weapon. The base was obviously going to be the cursed axe I'd looted off a thug in town, so with that goal in mind, I reached into my inventory and grabbed the item in question. Though it didn't try to corrupt and take over my mind as it had the last time I wielded it, it did continue to overflow with a sort of twisting, malevolent mana. The magical energies that it gave off weren't entirely docile, however, as it did prickle my skin as if to complain that I had left it inside my inventory for far too long. My bad. I didn't forget about you or anything, I just didn't have the chance to get to doing this, so gimme a break already, goddammit. The heck is that, master? It's lookin' real sinister and giving me the creeps. said Li as she stared at the axe wide-eyed. "Is that perhaps the magically enhanced weapon you mentioned last night?" The two maids' reactions were nearly on complete opposite ends of the spectrum. One was intimidated, while the other looked with her eyes full of curiosity. "Basically, yeah, it's pretty much obeying me right now, so you don't really need to worry too much. That said, I'd still advise against getting too close to it." Master, you sure obeying is the right word? "'Cause it almost sounds like you're treating it like a pet," said Lou. "Wait, is it really okay for you to be touching it if it's dangerous?" "This ain't too big a deal for me, so don't worry," I responded to Lou's confusion with a casual shrug before getting back to work. I laid out the materials I planned to use and gave them a quick once-over. The first was the ancient hero's sword that I'd bought in town. The second, a chunk of metal I'd gotten from the catalog. Aurich Alchem. Aurich Alchem was an excellent conductor of magical energy. Mana could flow through it with ease. The metal was known for being able to not only restore, but also enhance broken blades when used in the repair process. But of course, that was a waste of the precious metal's potential, for it was of Aurich Alchem weapons that legends were sung. They were so sharp that, according to Lefi, they were known for cleaving through even the scales of dragons, this world's most powerful creatures. That said, she herself was apparently immune to them. Her scales were far too hard even for Aurich Alchem to pierce. What kinda bullshit is that? Of course, such a high-quality good came with an appropriate price tag. A single kilogram of the stuff had equaled out to 3 holins, and given the expense, I wasn't about to just chuck the Aurich Alchem in just to do it. The reason I included it was because I had hoped that I would be able to use it to restore some of the power that lay within the ancient hero's sword during the reforging process. But man, I am seriously short on DP. I'll probably have to start going hunting with her again. Is that perhaps Aurich Alchem, my lord?" asked Layla. "Wait, Aurich Alchem?" The Warwolf's eyes went wide. "Yeah," I said, impressed. "I'm surprised you could tell, Layla." "Thank you, my lord," she replied. Remaining here in this dungeon has truly allowed me to see all sorts of different things." "All sorts of different things is cutting it short, Layla. Aurich Alchem is totally the stuff of legends, ain't it? Though I guess it ain't too special when you've got both the supreme dragon and a venerable member of the Fenrir species lying around." "Huh?" Both maids had basically stopped working and become the peanut gallery. But though they continued to speak, and though I continued to listen, I ended up zoning them out as I placed the materials in a line and began to concentrate. I had to take the grudges that possessed the weapon, its will, and forge it anew into something more righteous, something that didn't scream malevolent at the top of its lungs. And I could not fail. I only had one shot at this. Only one of each component lay in my possession. If I fucked up, then it was game over. Failure was equivalent to wasting both my money and destroying valuable materials. To that end, I kept in mind the most important lesson I'd learned from creating all the weapons I had. Simple was best. More often than not, making something complicated resulted in failure rather than success. Thus, I focused on the 2 traits that I really wanted: weight and sharpness. Those 2 traits were all I focused on. Ideally, I would like to have something done to its appearance. I wanted to make it look a lot less sinister and a lot more dignified. But that, again, wasn't nearly as important. I only kept it in the back of my mind. "Don't worry, I'll use you a ton once you're born anew." Only after reassuring the magic axe of my intentions and refining the image I had in mind, did I finally begin to channel my magical energies into the materials, and then I activated the skill. A groan escaped my lips. The materials, which were of the highest grade, rapidly drained my mana. The amount that it required was far greater than what Hasai had needed. But that don't mean shit. I grit my teeth, clenched my jaws, and endured. I faced the weighty sense of despondency created by the fact that a massive amount of magical energy had escaped from my body. I faced it head-on with sheer willpower, and I succeeded. The materials almost seemed to liquefy as they would in the depths of a blazing hot furnace. The 3 distinct objects each gave off an incredible sheen as they slowly melded together to form a single, final result. Chapter 81, A Demon Lord's Tale, Dungeons, Monster Girls, and Heartwarming Bliss Chapter 81, A New Weapon, Part 2. As the figurative furnace cooled, the light surrounding the newly merged item began to dim. Wow! I blinked, impressed, before reaching towards the final result and grabbing it by the hilt. The blade glimmered. The light that came from the chandeliers illuminating the room almost seemed to sparkle off its edge. The final product, was a blade of Japanese origin, a katana. Specifically, it was a longer subtype of katana known as a tiki, or at least that was what it would have been had its size been any less disproportionate. The blade was so long that drawing it from a scabbard looked like it would be a royal pain. Fortunately, there was no need for me to carry my weapon the same way the average Joe would. I had a magical inventory, and I planned to use it. My new weapon's blade wasn't nearly as wide or thick as the Western-styled swords that I had been using to date, but its weight exceeded its predecessors nonetheless. The grip, the part that I had grabbed, was fairly simple as far as its design went. So simple, in fact, that it lacked a guard. By contrast, its blade was beautiful. It was dyed a fiery shade of crimson and almost seemed to embody the concept of flame itself. The only thing the weapon lacked now was a name, and I had just the perfect one in mind. Alright, from here on out, your name is gonna be Zayan. After christening it, I analyzed the weapon to ensure that it had taken on its new moniker, Zayan, a great sword in the shape of a katana synthesized by a demon lord by the name of Yuki. This blade despises sin and forgives not those that commit it. Through its blade, which only grows sharper and more powerful as it bathes in blood, Zayan convicts sinners of their crimes and delivers their sentences itself. Equipping this weapon leads to a drastic boost in its wielder's stats. Quality, immeasurable. To summarize, Zayan was a crimson blade capable of judging and punishing sinners, and that was precisely why I had given it the name I had. Zayan was a combination of two Japanese words. The former denoted sin, while the latter denoted flame. Together, the two formed a perfect description of exactly what the weapon was. Its specs were quite literally off the charts. It was obviously not only far superior to anything I'd made to date, but also likely more powerful than anything I would ever make going forward. Yet, according to its description, the sword was still incomplete. I guess that's probably why it's got that whole immeasurable quality and all that. Of course, it went without saying that I didn't mind. Gradually strengthening a sword that only grew more powerful as it continued to cut was an entire male fantasy in and of itself. As for the weapon in question, it also seemed quite satisfied with its transformation, which made sense given the sinister air that had possessed it prior. The thick, grudge-laden miasma that it had attempted to channel into me was now replaced with joy. Its happiness was literally seeping into my being. Yeah, I'd say this whole experiment turned out pretty damn well. I see no reason not to use the hell out of you. Wow, that thing's huge, said Lou. The blade's got this weird curve to it too. Is it supposed to be some sort of cutlass, master? Nah, it's a katana, muttered Layla. The Damon girl was looking at the weapon with eyes full of unbridled curiosity. I believe they stemmed from the east. You know, Layla's got a pretty serious curious streak. Huh? The fact that I'd voiced only to myself was one that I'd only noticed fairly recently. I see, said Lou. Well, would you mind letting me see it, master? Sure, but you might not be able to wield it. It's pretty heavy. No worries there. I may not look tough, but I'm a werewolf, and strength is something that just comes to us. You know what the heck? The werewolf cut herself off with a screech the moment I handed her the oversized blade. Why the heck is this thing so heavy? Yeah, that's pretty much the exact reaction I figured you'd have. Leela and I laughed as we watched Lou, who had already started to sweat in desperation as she did her best not to drop the blade. Only after watching her struggle did I casually take it back. Man, you guys sure are mean, she said as she panted. I can't believe you just stood there and laughed even though I was about to drop it. Don't blame us. Your reaction was just so classic that we couldn't help ourselves, I chuckled. Anyway, I'ma head out and give her a spin. Do you know when you'll return, my lord? I'll definitely be back by dinner, so make sure you make my share." I gave the girls one last shout as I walked across the true throne room and left through the front door. I called for Rur, who had returned to the forest with his underlings. Immediately after doing a few practice swings, the reason was obvious. The two of us were to set out to hunt, both to test my new weapon and to earn some much-needed DP. Wow, not bad. A few minutes after we started, I found myself standing in front of the butchered corpse of the first monster we'd encountered, nodding in appreciation. Needless to say, Zayan had impressed me. The sword had quite literally adjusted its own trajectory in order to better the strike I had executed. As a result, the slash had ended up literally perfect. It had cleanly cleaved the monster into two equal halves. Wielding Zayan just felt right. It was in part a result of the way I fought. I had always just relied purely on brute force. I had a lot of power behind my swings, but much of it was wasted. That, however, was no longer the case. The lovely Crimson Blade assisted me in following through with my attack and thereby put the would-be wasted force to good use. Talk about user-friendly. Goddamn, and these bonus stats too. Holy crap, my body's light as a kite. Hell, I feel agile enough to pull off all the crazy acrobatic shit they need stuntmen and wires for in movies. With ease. The weapon's auto-assist was a really nice feature, but it wasn't the only thing that left me feeling pleasantly surprised. Zayan was sharp. Incredibly fucking sharp. The first swing I used had happened to contain a little bit too much power because of how gung-ho I had been feeling. Thus, Zayan had cut right through both the monster and the tree next to it without the slightest bit of resistance. So sharp was the blade that it scared me. I was worried that I would accidentally end up touching it without meaning to do so one day and end up losing a finger or five. I suspected that Zayan's current state at least in part stemmed from the will that resided within it. It had really wanted to be able to fulfill its role as a weapon. After all, you're sharp, you look awesome, and you're even easy to use. Goddamn, you're pretty much the best possible weapon a man could ask for, I said with a smirk. Zayan once again began channeling its joy into me in response to the praise I sang it. Huh, that's a bit of a charming reaction. Hell, I'm even feeling kinda tempted to call it cute. You know what, I'm definitely going to engrave a fire-based spell into this thing later. Maybe I'll go with the one I got from one of the books I bought. The one that ignites things it cuts and reduces them to cinders. Despite eating much more mana, Zayan had, unlike Asai, spawned with 3 slots, likely as a result of the ultra-high-class materials used in its creation. Wait, will it be able to do that whole growing by drinking blood thing if it burns things down on contact? Yeah, whatever, I'll figure that part out afterwards. I had yet to decide on what I was going to put in the other 2 slots. But since I didn't have any ideas off the top of my head, I shelved the thought for another time. My excitement had been a little more than just obvious. The sheer extent to which it seeped out from my being had actually caused her to smile wryly in my direction. But that didn't discourage me. I continued to spend the rest of the day testing my new blade out regardless. Chapter 82, A Demon Lord's Tale, Dungeons, Monster Girls, and Heartwarming Bliss. Chapter 82, A Study of Magic. Ugh. I loosed a sort of lethargic groan as I lay in a position that could only be described as awkward. My face was on the floor and my arms were sprawled all over. Meanwhile, my feet lay resting atop the throne. While I couldn't deny that the groan did have something to do with my awkward posture, it wasn't by any means the root cause. Is something the matter, my lord? Layla, who had noticed my interesting pose, had approached in an attempt to uncover the source of my behavior. Oh, hey Layla. I craned my neck to greet her while handing her the book I had obtained from the town we visited. My attempts at processing it had all led to no avail. It's this goddamn book. Is that perhaps a book about magic circuits? Yeah, pretty much. Crafting Zayan had sent me over the moon. With the resulting tailwind at my back, I had promptly begun investigating the magic circuits I needed to strengthen it even further, only to be bricked in the face by reality. Being all gung-ho was great, but it didn't exactly do anything to help fill the holes in my knowledge. In other words, I still didn't understand the things I had started off not comprehending. The 3 magic circuit-related books I had bought were labeled to contain elementary, intermediate, and advanced concepts respectively. I had obviously started with the easiest of the 3, but even that was apparently far beyond anything that I could grasp. Even the book on elementary concepts seemed to assume that the reader already had some degree of proficiency in the subject matter at hand. Of course, I knew literally nothing about the theory of magic. There had never been any point in learning it given that I could create any phenomenon simply by imagining it. But now, everything had seemed to backfire. My attempt to turn Zayan into a symbol of calamity, a blade infamous for its overwhelming power, had caused me to descend into an endless abyss of confusion. "Would you like me to teach you?" But just as I was about to give up, Layla extended her hand through the darkness and offered me salvation. "Wait, you know this stuff?" I immediately pushed myself off the ground, the fire in my eyes burning anew. "I do," she said. "My knowledge of this sort of magic was precisely what I used to put bread on the table in the past." "Please and thanks then." I immediately took the maid up on her offer with a smile. "Do you remember what I taught you about modern magical techniques, my lord? Specifically, the methods by which they are activated?" I paused for a bit. "I think it was something like, you chant to create a frame for the spell, then pour mana into it in order to complete it." "That is correct. Magic circuits use letters and patterns to express the very same frame the caster would normally construct with a chant, and like any other frame, pouring magical energy into it completes it and transforms it into a spell," said Layla. "To equate this to the primordial magic that you are more accustomed to, drawing the magic circuit is no different from forming the image of a spell within your mind." "Wow, you make it all sound simple. Why'd the book have to make it seem so friggin' complicated?" "Man, I really should have just asked Layla from the start." "To hell with the book. That would be to dissuade the common folk from learning magic," the maid said matter-of-factly. "Magic is a powerful weapon and an easily concealed one at that. Those in positions of power have mandated that magical texts be phrased in a manner difficult for those lacking knowledge in the field to understand. That, however, does not happen to apply to demons, as we regard magic as a fundamental skill that all members of our species must learn." In other words, the overcomplicated textbooks were the government's way of regulating the distribution of magical knowledge. I guess it's kinda like how those that lorded over Japan's Sengoku era would confiscate swords en masse in order to ensure that their reigns remain stable. Adventurers and people working in other similar trades would still have access to magic and pass on their knowledge of it to their peers, but as far as the brass was concerned, that wasn't a problem. They knew that adventurers were dangerous. They were often visibly armed with all sorts of weaponry. The ruling class felt much more threatened by the prospect of the arms remaining hidden. That is, they didn't want to have to worry about getting attacked by the average Joe even in the case that he lacked any sort of visible weaponry. Yeah, I can kinda see why they wouldn't want that. As I was saying, each individual magic circle can be split into several distinct modules, said Layla. She began drawing on the whiteboard as she spoke, one that I had originally bought in order to make it easier for Luna to study. Let us start with a simple example in the form of the fireball spell. The 3 modules that make up the fireball circuit implement the functions that allow the caster to create the fireball, establish control over it, and launch it. It is no difficult task to take the implementation a step further and apply a module that allows one to either affect its trajectory mid-flight or alter its form. Layla had drawn an entire diagram on the board by the time she finished speaking. The magic circle pinned by the demonic maid was of the exact modular design that she had described. It was comprised of several smaller circuits that came together to form a whole. Wow, I gotta say, I'm impressed with how much you seem to know about all this. These are just the basics, she chuckled. I must say, my lord, this board of yours is quite convenient. So much so, in fact, that I am starting to lament not having had one to work with in the past. And so, Layla's classes on magic circuits continued. All the magic circuits she taught me were much like the first. They were all made up of smaller modules that could be combined to create a whole. However, they were benign. Apparently, magic circuits could not be activated unless they were drawn from start to end and in a single go. The two ends had to meet before the marker left the whiteboard. I guess that means it's kinda like how I have to make my mana circulate through my body before casting primordial magic. Unlike primordial spells, however, magic circuits had to remain fairly small scale. They needed to be as compact as possible, as it became difficult for magical energy to flow through them otherwise. Wait, do magic circuits have to be drawn on flat surfaces or something? Come again? Like, the whole thing doesn't all have to be on the same plane, does it? Can't you put different parts of it on different parts of the thing you're trying to enhance? The idea I had in mind was to carve a magical circuit into a three-dimensional object, as one would in the kinda software that let you make models. Doing that would allow the circuit to remain fairly compact even with a larger magical algorithm. That is, it would eliminate the mana flow problem without compromising the spell's complexity. Well, you see, I had begun explaining my thoughts to her, but cut myself off before I dug too deep into the weeds. Actually, you know what? Never mind. What I thought up is super obvious, so I'm sure someone's already tried it and failed. So yeah, forget it. I waited for the maid's response, but none came. Hello, Layla? Earth to Layla. I tried giving her a verbal prod or two in order to get her to stop spacing out. Only then did she suddenly come back from her daydream. But what she did next was something that almost seemed to completely shatter the nonchalant impression I had of her. She grabbed my hand with hers and began speaking in a tone that reeked of excitement. That's an incredible idea, my lord. I believe you may have just made the greatest breakthrough in the study of magic in the modern age. Okay, everyone that has studied magic circuits has always assumed that a flat surface was necessary. But that assumption is one that holds no ground. The method you described is precisely what is needed in order to increase each spell's complexity without necessitating a decrease in the resulting circuit's ability to process magical energy. I'm sorry, my lord, but I will have to excuse myself. I have something that I must immediately attend to. Alright. Layla dashed off and made a beeline straight for her room the moment I gave her my consent, though I really would have liked it if you had at least finished this lesson up first. Chapter 83. An average day. Watch out, Shii. The ball's going your way. Okay. The slime girl stretched out an arm in the most literal sense of the term in order to catch the rounded toy that the vampire tossed her way. Wow, that's so cool, Shii. I can't believe you caught that. Yup, really good. At this, I smiled as I watched the girls frolic about within the castle's courtyard from atop a nearby wooden bench. The two of them had always been on good terms, but Shii's newfound ability to speak seemed to have brought them closer than ever. Friendship sure is beautiful. Although the slime was still far from being the best speaker, she was slowly getting there. Iluna's lessons, which the vampire had carried out with gusto, had turned Shii's fragmented words into choppy but understandable sentences. Most importantly of all, speech now seemed to come to her much more naturally than it had at first. And while I knew that making progress was good for her, I couldn't help but lament it. The way she so desperately tried to express herself with words she was incapable of pronouncing had been adorable. But alas, the phase had already both come and gone, as per the natural order of things. And despite my many grievances, I had already accepted it as one of the many sorrows that naturally accompany the act of parenting. One might ask, why, Yuki, are you sitting on a bench in what is effectively a park and staring at a pair of little girls? The answer to said question was, of course, not to observe the aforementioned underaged individuals. Heavens no, my presence was entirely coincidental. I simply happened to decide to sit down after finishing up a series of exhausting renovations, and they just happened to be nearby. There was nothing else to it. Speaking of renovations, they were coming along quite well. I had finished about 10% of the interior spaces I had created. I only tackled a few things each day, as I was taking a more relaxed approach to completing all the renovations. My castle's completion still lay far off in the future. The only place that was fully fleshed out so far was its palace-like centerpiece. Ugh, which retard was the one who decided to make this thing so fucking big again? Oh right, it was me. God damn it, Yuki. You're an idiot. That said, the castle's incomplete state wasn't something I was really stressed over. I was in no rush to complete it. I pretty much had all the time in the world. After all, the gradual way I was going about doing it now was much more entertaining. It gave me the liberty to be creative and add buildings or fiddle with the terrain at my leisure. Most important of all, it staved off the threat of burnout. The warmth of the sun wrapped me in its embrace as I bathed in the calming atmosphere. Before long, the combination of the fatigue I accumulated from doing all those renovations and the courtyard's relaxing mood led me to drift off into the land of dreams. I felt something akin to the sensation of slowly rising to the surface of a calm lake as I regained my consciousness. It was a feeling I was well accustomed to, the feeling of awakening well rested from a comfortable slumber. NRGH. The first thing I did as I opened my eyes was groan as I was greeted by a sky steeped in the orange-red glow of twilight. Whoops, I guess I must have passed out. The grassland the castle was situated in had been set to be synchronized with the outside world, which meant that the afternoon had indeed come and gone. Aw crap, I think I might have slept a bit too long. I tried to get up as the thought hit me, only to realize that my legs were being held down by a pair of weights. Turning my gaze downward, I realized that the two girls that had been playing around in the courtyard were now sound asleep with their heads on my lap. It seemed that they had tired themselves out by playing to their heart's content. Given their current situation, I decided to stop getting up. Instead, I leaned back on the bench and smiled. Carefully, so as not to wake them, I placed a hand on each of their heads and ran my fingers through their hair. The sensations that the two girls gave off were almost polar opposites. Shii was soft and cool, whereas Eluna was warm and had hair that was smooth to the touch. Only after coming to this world did I finally begin to feel like I was actually alive. My last life was much different. There, it was almost like I'd spent my days living just for the sake of being alive. I hadn't had any particular interests or goals, and I'd never felt like there was anything I really wanted to accomplish. I'd always felt that I was going to live in obscurity and die in obscurity. I would leave no legacy. No one would ever remember me or the things I did. And in the end, that was exactly how it happened. My final moments had been a bit more abrupt than what I had anticipated, but it had all played out exactly as I'd expected. Back there, I was nothing. All my experiences were measured only on a scale of worthlessness. But now, things were different. Everything was tens, hundreds of times as vibrant and fulfilling. The number of significant events I'd experienced in my time here in this world had already eclipsed the number I'd experienced in my last. Today too, I'd spent the entire day enjoying it however I wished. And although I had no solid proof that tomorrow would be the same, I expected exactly that. Lefi had once told me that her world had changed. I had to agree. The very same had happened to mine. My world had once been a mix of grays, but now, it was practically bursting with color. The colors only grew more and more vivid as time passed me by. I couldn't help but find them precious, and the two resting on my lap were a part of the many elements that comprised them. I stroked their heads as gently I would delicate treasures before moving my hands to their shoulders and lightly shaking them awake. It's time to get up, sleepyheads. You won't be able to sleep well tonight if you catch too many Z's now, and I'm sure you don't want to end up like our resident dragon, right? MMN. Morning, Master. Eluna didn't really seem to offer anything more than a groan, but apparently the shaking had been enough to rouse Shii, who blinked a few times before turning towards me with an adorable smile. Good morning, Shii. Good evening would probably be more appropriate given the time, though. I smiled. And as for you, little Ms. Eluna, you'll probably want to get up if you don't want everyone else to eat up your share of tonight's dinner. Despite being warned of the fact that she may end up missing a meal, the vampire failed to open her eyes. Well, can't be helped then. Given no other choice, I smiled dryly as I lifted her with one arm in order to carry her back into the castle. Alright Shii, let's go back inside. Okay. I extended my other hand towards the slime, who promptly grabbed a hold of it as we slowly moved back over to the door leading to the true throne room, leaving a pair of long evening shadows behind us as we went. Chapter 84, Fishing. There was a moment of silence. The air was filled with naught but stillness until the moment I loosed a victorious roar. Yes, I got a bite. What? I glanced to the side as I gave my fishing rod a good tug and reeled in my catch, only to see Levi making an expression of shock. Well, Levi, that's fish number 2, I said with a snarky grin. I know about you, but I think it's pretty safe to say that I've already won this little match of ours. Your pursuit of victory comes with excess haste, for the event has yet to conclude. Victory has not yet eluded me. The dragon, who'd been grinding her teeth in frustration, humphed before continuing to speak in an indignant tone. And I see no reason to perform such a menial task in the first place. It makes little sense not to simply dry the riverbed should you wish to consume a fish. Levi, please. Talk about no taste in leisure. I rolled my eyes. Look, this is way more fun. And before you even think about actually doing it, running the river dry is hella wasteful and destructive, so please don't. 'Cause coming from you, that seems a bit real, you know? The banter Levi and I were engaged in was only an aside to the activity that we were focused on. Fishing. The two of us were both camped out in front of the river running through the dungeon's grasslands, rods in hand and ready to extract our prey at a moment's notice. We weren't the only two fishing either. Li was doing the same, though she didn't quite seem all that focused. She kept glancing towards Luna and Shii. Bored of fishing, the two had started playing around with her, hence why Lu was so distracted. As a werewolf, she couldn't help but allow the Fenrir to draw her attention. Like Luna and friends, Layla was also situated nearby. She was seated on a large picnic blanket, and continued to watch over the rest of us with a big smile on her face. Or at least that was what she was doing most of the time. She would occasionally seem to make a eureka face, pull out a stack of paper and start scribbling away while chuckling with all the wickedness of a mad scientist. It was something I had seen many times now. She'd started doing it ever since she put an abrupt end to that magic lesson the other day, and had basically never stopped. She didn't seem to be able to focus on anything all that much either. The sheep-horned demon girl would always be mumbling something or another under her breath, even while doing the chores. That said, it wasn't like I'd grown accustomed to her cackling. Honestly bro, that shit's kinda freaky. I wasn't the only one that found her recent actions intimidating either. Li had evidently felt the same way, as she'd came to me for a consultation. Frankly, Layla's demonic cackling had terrified her. Despite her newfound habits and lack of attention, however, Layla was still doing one hell of a job. Yeah. You know what, Emma, just leave that be. She'll get back to normal eventually, I hope. I shook my head to stop myself from imagining the opposite case and once again returned to reflecting on the day. Today was, like the day we had the picnic, another outing for everyone to kick back and relax. And of course, the cause of it all was the discovery that the river contained fish. I myself had not been responsible for placing the fish where they were. I hadn't known that they were there at all. In fact, I was surprised to see that the river I'd used DP to create was filled with life. All sorts of fish were swimming around in it like it was nobody's business. The only conclusion I could come to was that the fish just happened to come with the river, and that was just how it was. Thinking along those lines, that probably means that there's stuff living in the mountains I decided to place as a backdrop and whatnot too. But oh well, whatever. They're way too far out for me to really give a shit, and the fish are way more important right now. The fact that fish existed and were in a safe, accessible area meant that I straight up had no choice but to start fishing, and that was why I'd arranged this little get-together, a fishing trip, per se. But despite it being the purpose of the outing, Levi, Lu, and I were the only ones that were actually fishing. Whoa, I think I just got one, Li shouted wide-eyed as she reeled her catch. NRGGHHH. Again, Levi groaned. I see that you two have done as Yuki has, Lu. I guess that leaves you in last place, huh? Replied the werewolf. I shall see to it that the two of you face retribution for your conceit, growled Levi. The Supreme Dragon's discontent stemmed from the fact that us three fishermen were engaged in a high-stakes game with tonight's dinner on the line. Literally, we were planning to have fish tonight, and whoever caught the least would be stuck with the shoddiest meal, or maybe even no meal at all depending on the catch. Of course, while numbers were the primary method of determining the winners and losers, one could redeem themselves and perhaps even claim victory through quality as well. The requirement for such a victory was to catch something large enough to function as tonight's main dish. As I was lost in thought, Iluna, who'd been playing around, pitter-pattered over and gave Lefi's back a big hug. "Hey Lefi, have you caught anything really big yet?" she asked. I have not," stuttered the dragon girl, "but it shan't be long. I assure you that I will soon procure a catch of an impressive size." "Wow, I'm really excited to see what you'll fish up, so do your best." Iluna left as quickly as she came, and returned to playing with everyone else after voicing a few words of encouragement. I began to grin. I really couldn't help it given what I'd just seen. "And why precisely have you that look on your face?" Lefi scowled. "Nah. It's nothing. I was just thinking that you two sure are close." "FMPH," Lefi snorted as her cheeks turned red and her lips curled upwards in an expression of discontent. "I've little reason to consider Iluna anything less than a sister. It is only fair that I regard her with kindness." I see. A sister, huh? What is it that you are trying to say?" "Nah, don't sweat it. It's nothing. I'm just happy you think of her that way. That's all." Regardless, the expression you bear is one that stirs my rage. I shall see to it that you change it, even if I must do it, Ms. Lefi was cut off mid-sentence as she suddenly felt something pull at her rod. A catch. "It is time for me to lessen the gap between our scores. That rod's mad bending. You hook the riverbed again or something? Say what you will, for soon you shall weep. The creature I have caught is undoubtedly one of impressive size." Lefi enthusiastically roared as she pulled on her rod, and as she did, her prey surfaced. "Wait, the fuck is that thing?" The bizarre creature had a body that resembled a tree trunk, a beard made of writhing tentacles, and a mouth lined with dozens of tiny fangs. I had absolutely no idea what it was, but it creeped me out either way. "Hey Lefi, you mind doing me a favor and fishing up something that's a little less bizarre? Like, seriously, I can't even tell if that thing's supposed to be a fish or something else altogether." That is completely irrelevant. All that matters is that I too have now landed a catch. I mean, yeah sure, but if you're going to count that, then you better make sure you eat it when dinner comes around. Alright? I shall leave that duty to her. Please don't feed my pet weird shit. Spy. Ahem. Lefi cleared her throat. "As I was saying, I believe that this brings Lu and I to one catch apiece. While you are still yet ahead of us, the end is yet to be in sight. This contest of ours is not yet over." The dragon smirked before turning to the beastkin beside her. "Listen well, Lu, we must burn away the very essence that composes us and steal away all that there is to capture. For tonight, we leave Yuki with only the smallest morsel." "Huh? Sure. Master's been kinda mean lately, so this is just the right thing I gotta do to teach him a lesson." "Ha," I scoffed. "All I hear from you guys are the cries of the incapable. I'll show you noobs just how overwhelming a real fisherman can be." And so, with our spirits lit aflame, the three of us continued to fish. Chapter 85, Barbecue. My surroundings were dim, lit only by three sources. The first was a magical lamp, which provided only the slightest bit of illumination. The second was the flame that kept the grill alight, whose warmth provided us with the ambience of a night out in the woods. Finally, there was the moon and the brilliant star-filled sky around it. I knew it was fake, a mere creation, but turning my eyes upon it gripped my heart with a sense of wonder regardless. "God damn it," I groaned as I stoked the fire. "I really didn't think I'd actually lose." "Man, talk about a sudden comeback. You lost quite easily for a man that dared to boast." Lefi smirked. She was hanging around right beside me, and not for any good reason either. She was only there to gloat. "How delectable this is, I must say, Yuki. I am impressed by your skill as a chef. It is a shame that you are unable to taste the fruits of your efforts yourself. To think that you must miss out on such delicious meat." Though she spoke words of pity, The shit-eating grin she had plastered all over her face clearly indicated that her true feelings were quite a far cry from what she claimed. Further evidence came shortly as she used a pair of chopsticks, a tool she'd only recently mastered, to taunt me with a piece of meat. She brought the perfectly grilled morsel right before my eyes and just left it dangling. "Nom. What, you ate it?" shouted Levi in a confused tone. "Yeah, it was pretty good, if I do say so myself." "How dare you? Spit it out. Return it to me immediately." "That piece was the last we had of its variety," Levi protested by lightly hitting my chest over and over, but I disregarded her and continued to chew, stopping only to gloat with a grin. "My bad. You basically left it right in front of my mouth, so I figured you were probably trying to feed me." "I did no such thing." "You swine, fiend, demon." Mwahahaha, I cackled. "Indeed, Levi, you speak to none other than a fiendish demon lord. How haven't you noticed? I have not fallen for your deception." "I had known from the moment I first laid eyes on you that you were a fiend," shouted Levi. I put Levi's insults aside and instead began to reflect on the fishing contest. I had managed to remain in the lead for quite some time. I kept netting fish after fish, and neither of the other two could even come close. To that end, Levi soon began protesting that the whole scenario was unfair given my experience. Cocky as I was, I agreed to give them a handicap. Thus, it ended up me versus Team LL. Though they put both their efforts and catches together, I still held on to the lead regardless. But then, it happened. My reign came crashing down. Levi managed to steal my crown away by landing a massive catch the moment before we called it a day. The massive creature yanked on her rod with all the force it could. If Levi had been any other delicate-looking girl, she probably would have been dragged right into the river. But though she didn't look it, she was the supreme dragon, and thus managed to easily tear the creature out of the water. The reason I referred to her catch as a creature was because, although it looked like a squid, it was apparently some sort of fish. Yeah, I still don't get it. The fuck was up with that thing? It was obviously large enough to serve as the night's main dish, and so, Team LL claimed the victory. In other words, my loss was entirely my own fault. Lou would have been stuck at rock bottom had I not allowed the two of them to form a team. As per the conditions of the bet, the loser, Reed, me, was responsible for firing up the grill and barbecuing everything while everyone else ate. I wasn't supposed to be allowed to eat until everyone was full. That said, neither Levi nor Lee could actually cook, so I would have ended up sitting in front of the grill regardless of who won. The only difference was that Layla would have helped me out had I not come in last place. But since I did, she too had been granted the right to sit around and eat to her heart's content while I did all the cooking myself. Fortunately, the fish had all been gutted ahead of time, so all I really had to do was sit in front of the grill and watch as it did its job. Yeah, no biggie. "Come on guys, stop picking on each other already," Iluna scolded Levi and I as she approached. "And open wide, Yuki." "Thanks, Iluna," I said as I bit down on the piece of meat she presented me. "Mmmmmnn, that's tasty." "Having you feed it to me made it taste a whole 100 times better." "Then I guess I gotta feed you lots more." The young vampire giggled with delight as she handed me another slice of meat. That smile though, what an angel. "You must cease, Iluna." "You are spoiling him rotten," said Levi. "It is his duty to atone for his loss, but he's the only one not eating and I feel really bad for him. Good food should be shared with everyone, right?" Right." The two girls exchanged glances while happily chewing on their food. "Cute, you see that, Levi? That's called kindness," I said in a matter-of-fact tone. "You should really take a page out of her book." "I cannot disagree." "Very well." Levi grabbed some vegetables and brought them to my face. "Huh? You Alright. Well, I guess that means you get it, so don't mind if I do." Failing to see any reason to reject her offer, I ate what Levi had presented me. "And here is another serving." Thanks. And another. "Thanks Lev." "Wait a second. Why are you only feeding me vegetables?" The dragon girl responded to me with a despondent shrug. "I see that you do not appreciate my attempts to feed you." "How petty, to meet my kindness with naught but complaints." "Yeah, How about you at least feed me some meat before you start mouthing off like that? The meat does appear rather delectable, said Lefi. I suppose I will have some. Lefi went out of her way by grabbing the exact piece I'd pointed to before swallowing it whole. Damn it, Lefi. I swear to God. Layla said between hesitant but elegant bites out of a grilled fish. I would not mind taking over if you so wish it, my lord. Speaking of fish, the bizarre life form that served as Lefi's first catch had been released back into the river, as none of us had been all that keen on eating it. Yeah. Shit looked gross as fuck. That's a no can do, Layla. Says Job since he lost and all that, said Lou. Says the person that barely caught Jack. That don't matter, master. A win is a win. The werewolf grinned. She was right, so the only response I could offer was a frustrated groan. Error, ma dude. You know that lid chick, bitch be mean as hell. I intentionally spoke in a hoodlum-like manner while doing absolutely nothing to lower my voice. Wah hey, saying that to her is just a real act o' good all cowardice, master. Fine, I getcha. Here, I'll feed you some meat. Nah, I'm good. I lost. This is my duty as the loser. What the heck, master? Lordrer, you got it all wrong. This ain't my fault. I ain't mean at all. The wolf slumped over and whined, almost as if to indicate that he wanted to be left out of the argument. Watch yourself, Yuki, for your hands appear rather idle for one responsible for the fire. Yeah, I know. I won't slack. Oh yeah, before I forget, stop feeding me all the goddamn vegetables and have some yourself. The dragon groaned. I have had the inclination to ask this of you for quite some time now. Why is it that I must eat mere grass? I see not the reason, and I have never once in all my years felt the need to do so. First of all, vegetables aren't just grass, I said. And while it's true that you can get by without them, eating them is much better for you than not. You've gotta keep a balanced diet if you want to stay healthy, you know. Of course, I understood that Lefi, being a supreme dragon, may not be built the same way as any other omnivore, but I felt that she needed to be fed vegetables nonetheless, just not for nutrition. She needs to be a lot less of a picky eater. And I know for a fact that she won't back down if I start spoiling her now. I believe you mentioned that you are starved for meat. The dragon grabbed a piece of the stuff I'd been pointing at earlier and parked it right in front of me. Yeah, thanks. I ate it, chewed, and swallowed before continuing. But don't think you can get out of eating your veggies just cause you actually started feeding me meat. Lefi, please. I saw that one coming from a mile away. TL note 1. He actually speaks in the JoJo style here, where some of the syllables are dragged out and the sentences are intentionally short and choppy. The official JoJo localizations don't seem to have done anything special when characters suddenly begin speaking in the aforementioned manner, so I'm not really sure what I should be doing for the reference in this case. Chapter 86, The State of Affairs. Hey Nell, long time no see. I called out to the approaching silhouette with a casual wave as I watched it approach through the forest. The map had told me that she was coming, so I left the castle in order to meet her at the entrance to my dungeon. How the heck did you know that I was H? You know what, I'm not even going to ask. Nell blinked a few times, taken aback by the fact that I'd already been waiting for her. Man, I know this forest is huge and all, but I can't believe seeing you actually made me feel relieved. That actually makes me kind of mad, she huffed. Yeah, and that's my fault. How? Unable to come up with a response, I instead shifted the topic. It's a shame you didn't show up 3 days ago. You missed out on some real good barbecue. I don't really mind, she said. It's just a barbecue. Seriously, it was real good, I said. Anyway, I bet you're tired. You want to hit up the hot springs first? I'd really like to, but maybe next time, said Nell, her tone grim. I'm on a bit of a tight schedule right now. Fair enough. Well, either way, come in and make yourself at home. I turned around and led Nell into the cave. A wave of nice cool air hit us right as we entered, and our footsteps gradually echoed behind us as we got deeper and deeper. Only after a few minutes of walking did we finally arrive at a thick, heavy door, one that came with a sense of grandeur. Although the door seemed to give off an almost ominous aura, I opened it as casually as I would any other. On the other side lay the usual grassy plain. Specifically, we were behind the castle and right beside the good old hot spring endowed, Japanese style in Oryokan, depending on where you hailed from. Huh. Nell blinked a few times. Wasn't that door supposed to take us in front of the castle? It was, but it wasn't all that convenient, so I had it swapped. There were a series of rattling noises as I opened a second door, the sliding door that marked the Ryokan's entrance. Oh yeah, shoes off, huh? Okay. The hero was unable to accept the explanation I gave her at face value, so she more or less nodded along as she followed me into a room she was more familiar with. I grabbed a pair of cushions off the stack sitting in the corner of the room and placed them on the opposite sides of a table. I sat down on mine, crossed my legs, and waited until she timidly followed suit before I started talking. Alright, why don't you tell me what happened? So to summarize, said the hero, it was apparently all just to buy time, the hoodlums with the magic weapon, the various cases happening around the city, and the undead assault were all just a part of a scheme meant to keep Governor Larubia focused on his own territory. And it kind of worked. They managed to get the governor to keep the vast majority of its troops in Alfiro. But because you showed up and cleaned everything up, the governor managed to send a horse to the capital and report what had happened. She took a deep breath before continuing. Thanks to that, we were able to learn a bit more about the incident that happened in the capital itself. I made a noise to indicate I was still listening as I sipped from a cup of hot tea, one Layla had dropped by to serve. Nell was here in order to provide an account of what she and the old man had learned about the case. In other words, she had came to fulfill the promise she made when I handed over the totally not suspicious-looking necromancer I had caught back in town. The reason I'd been waiting for her was, again, because my map had told me that there was an intruder inbound. I had more or less already figured out her intentions the moment I realized it was her. Long story short, the country that the old man served had happened to undergo a change in leadership, a coup, and it had apparently all started because Prince Retard had found himself at his wits' end. He had made far too many major mistakes in too short a time span, and so, he did what any other dumb shit in his position would do and more or less led an armed uprising. The reason he had found himself so cornered was twofold. The first was because he had lost the expedition force despite using greed to win his father's subjects over. His promises of gold and glory turned up as nothing but hot air and dead soldiers. The second was a failure in a similar vein. He had abused his authority in order to force the church to deploy the ever-valuable hero without consulting the relevant authorities, Reed, his father. And, like the army, she too had vanished into thin air. Of course, Nell was fine. She had been with us the whole time, in fact. However, the church had declared her Mia. A part of it had been because the hero hadn't made any reports. But, as she discovered upon her return, that wasn't the only reason. The church had used her supposed death as an excuse to put more pressure on Prince Dumbfuck. Goddamn, this world be fucking scary. But whatever the case, the end result was the same. Shit had hit the fan hard. The prince's reputation hit rock bottom, and, to him, it probably seemed like his brilliant future had slipped right outside his grasp before his very eyes. He only had two choices remaining. The first was to put everything he had at stake all while trusting that he could somehow miraculously turn everything around. The second was to take everyone else down with him. And so, Prince Fuckwad did what any self-respecting, reasonable human being would. He went with choice number one. He chose to engage in a desperate sink-or-swim struggle that could allow him to either reclaim his all that was his by right or lose it forever. Hence why he had attacked the city. Apparently, his territory's proximity to the Wicked Forest resulted in the old dude's forces, the soldiers and adventurers that inhabited his city, to be much stronger than the norm. Moreover, he was both loyal to the king and against the prince's expedition plan to begin with. Thus, the prince had subjected him to an attack in order to direct his attention away from the capital while he seized control of the throne. Apparently, he had done similar things elsewhere. He ordered attacks on all the other cities lorded over by governors that did not agree with his policies, paralyzing them and rendering them unable to interfere. But again, because the old man's troops were of such a high quality, he had been hit much harder than anyone else, and frankly, the prince's ploy succeeded. The king had been declared missing, and the capital was now under the control of a force that he had charge of. Wow, shit for brains over there actually thought up something decent for once. The king being missing is some real nasty shit. If the king was alive, then one could expect his supporters to rally his troops in order to rescue him. And if he was dead, then one could expect his supporters to march on the capital flying banners of justified vengeance. But since he was missing and not known to be in either of the aforementioned states, his supporters were paralyzed. There was no cause for them to rally under, and they couldn't act without extreme caution. The plan was effective, but it would only ever be able to buy so much time. Those that opposed Prince Dickwad would soon find an excuse to rally, but they would not be able to touch him so long as he put together a functional administration prior to their arrival. There were many that didn't want the prince on the throne, and I was among them. The prince had already prodded at me twice. I had no doubt that he would send an even larger force right to my doorstep should he gain full control over the country's military. I doubted that I would be able to handle the entire thing myself. There was a chance I would have to ask Levi to lend me a hand. Yeah, no, fuck that. You'd think this idiot would learn his lesson after having his plans to move on me bite him in the ass twice in a row, so he probably won't come again. But I'm just going to go ahead and assume the worst. Not thinking about something isn't going to stop him from actually doing that something. God damn it, there go my days of kicking back with my feet on the sofa. Though I mentioned having to think up something, the truth was that I already had a little something up my sleeve. You know, just going to give him a bit of irreversible brain damage and casually turn him into a comatose potato for the rest of his life. Nothing too special. I had already identified the exact tool that I would need to do it, a golem called the Puppet of Possession. As implied by its name, it was an inanimate creature that was capable of allowing my consciousness to possess it. It was the perfect assassin. I could use it to eliminate the prince from a safe distance, or at least a relatively safe distance. The puppet would only function so long as it remained within 100 meters of me, so I couldn't go too far. Still, it was useful. Like other golems, I could use additional DP in order to provide it with a specific set of skills. Hey, oh, the possibilities. In truth, it would be much faster for me to descend upon the castle and remove the prince myself, but that didn't quite seem like as good an idea as it seemed. The castle was home to the royal family and was, as one would expect, situated within the capital. It was obviously fortified with all sorts of defenses, and as I wasn't exactly all that keen on tying a metaphorical noose around my own neck, I figured it would be a much better idea to send something else in my stead. Unlike me, the golem was disposable. The only thing I'd lose from its death was a bit of DP. Farming up said DP was, in fact, one of the two reasons that Mir and I had been going hunting so often lately, with the other being the need to grow more accustomed to Zayan. So what does the church think of the prince? We've got our fair share of misgivings about him coming into power, said Nell. He's the stubborn type, so he'll most likely put a lot of pressure on the church and try to force it to bend to his will. I see. So are you guys planning to do anything about him then? We're planning to rescue the king, even though he's missing? Yeah, I think we're going to go through with it either way. I see. So the church is taking a bit of a firmer stance. Actually, that'd probably work out in my favor if it went well. Sounds good. How about I lend you guys a bit of a hand, huh? Well, I'd really appreciate it since you're real strong and it'd be reassuring to have you, but Nell gave me a dubious, probing look, as if to ask me why I would bother. The prince has been a real thorn in my side, so I'm not exactly liking the prospect of having him in total control. Chances are, he'll probably shove his entire army right onto my doorstep, I said. So I'd much rather have the guy who was king before get back onto the throne. Doesn't really matter if he turns out dead either, so long as the faction that opposes the prince gets back in power, seeing as how most of them were against invading the Wicked Forest and all that. While I didn't lie to Nell, I hadn't told her everything on my mind either. There was a chance that they would use some sort of weird method I didn't know about in order to track me down if I assassinated the prince, and if that happened, the whole country would likely be out for my blood even if the old king was reinstated. Going after the fiend that murdered a member of the royal family was only natural, especially given the fact that it was the goddamned prince. And if that happened, there was a chance I'd end up with a huge army on my doorstep either way. I wouldn't be able to continue living in peace. Hence, working with the anti-prince faction was a much better choice, as the faction as a whole would take my place as the culprit responsible for his demise. I don't think anyone will trust you since you're a demon lord. I know you're a weirdo, but everyone else will probably assume you're just like all the others, said Nell. Goddamn, woman, talk about throwing shade. No worries, I wasn't planning on exposing my identity. Just tell them that I'm someone you happened to meet along the road and that I decided to serve you or something. I'll even wear a mask, just in case. I'm pretty sure that won't work. We do have magical tools that appraise people, so, oh come on, don't worry, it's fine. I've got something in mind that'll keep everything right under control. Trust me. The hero put on an expression of unease, to which I responded with nothing but a playful grin. Chapter 87, A Journey to the Capital. Alright, I think that's just about everything. I'll see you guys soon, I said to the dungeon's residents. All 5 of its more humanoid members were lined up right in front of the cave outside. I should be back in less than a week this time. The reason they'd assembled so early in the morning was to see the hero and I off. A full night had passed since her arrival, so she was nice and rested. Stay safe, said one little girl, and come back soon, okay? Really soon, chirped the other. You can count on it. I gave each a pat on the head and a smile. Yuki. The next person to step forward was Lefi. What's you? MRRMPHHRHH? I turned towards her, only to have my cheeks suddenly pinched and ruthlessly stretched to their limits before I could so much as finish a sentence. Listen well, Yuki. I shan't be there to keep an eye on you this time. That means not that you should find yourself enamored by some human woman and dally in your return. You must come straight home once you have completed the task that you set out to accomplish. Have I made myself clear? She used the grip she had on my poor cheeks to keep me looking straight at her as she spoke, and as such, I couldn't help but notice the fact that she was smiling in an awfully intimidating manner. Fuya. I know. Only after I agreed did Lefi let go of my cheeks. Splendid. I am glad that we were able to ascertain that we have come to an understanding. Thanks Lefi, I said. I guess I'll take you up on that offer then. I leave my home, my heart, and everyone's safety in your capable hands. Rest assured, I shall see to it that all is well. Yeah, I know. I won't even be the slightest bit worried with you around, and so, I finished up my conversation with Lefi, exchanged a few words with the maids, and turned around to face the hero. I do apologize, my lady, but we must make haste, I said. I have prepared the perfect carriage for such an occasion. Right this way, my lady. Why did you suddenly start talking like some sort of butler? And, by carriage, did you mean that huge wolf? Verily, my lady. I completely ignored her first question and answered only the second. I hopped on top of Fenrir before giving him a few light pats on the back. Sorry Rur, I know it's a bit far, but I'm going to need you to take us all the way to the capital. We didn't have the time to just sit around given the kingdom's circumstances, and the wolf was more or less the best vehicle a man could ask for. Hell, Rur's so fast that he may as well be a super express bullet train. Fortunately, Lefi was staying home this time, so Rur didn't need to hang around and keep watch. We actually had the opportunity to board him and ride him all the way to the capital. The ever-reliable wolf nodded to acknowledge the command and braced himself for departure. I once again turned towards the hero, who had completely frozen over while gazing in the wolf's direction, and beckoned her over. Well, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get on. I think I'll just I grabbed the hesitant hero's arm with a grin and wrenched her onto the wolf before she could refuse. Alright Rur, all passengers have boarded. Full speed ahead. Huh? Wait, hold on. "Oon!" the hero squealed in an unexpectedly adorable manner as she was exposed to a sudden burst of speed. Her screams almost seemed to trail behind us as we quickly made our way through the forest. A massive rampart lay in front of me, extending as far as the eye could see. A great number of soldiers were pacing around atop of it, moving back and forth at regular intervals. They remained vigilant, and would occasionally stop to look around despite the fact that their surroundings were illuminated almost entirely by moonlight and moonlight alone. The outside wasn't the only thing they surveyed. The troops would often direct their gazes into the city that the giant stone wall had been constructed to protect. The sole entrance to the stone fortress was a single, solid-looking gate. The metal it was constructed of looked so thick that it wouldn't let even a soul slip through. Like the rampart, the gate was heavily guarded. A group of stern-looking men stood in front of it. A grand total of 2 pairs of eyes was focused on the fortress. They observed it from within a forest that lay a bit further away. Ugh! My back is totally killing me. The owner of the first pair, the hero, voiced a complaint as she rubbed the backside of her waist. Yeah, well, it was either this or we take at least 3 entire days to get here, I said with a shrug. Nur had pretty much made a beeline from the dungeon to the capital, taking only a few breaks along the way, and as a result, we'd arrived on the exact same day we left. Normally, traveling such a distance in less than a day was flat out impossible. But Nur belonged to a species of which legends were sung. He was far outside the realm of what one could consider normal. One could say that the load on his back had been substantial. He had carried both me and the hero simultaneously. By all means, we should have slowed him down. The extra weight should have forced him to move at a pace far inferior to his best, and it would have, had we been a pair of fully armored knights. But alas, that wasn't the case. My magical inventory allowed me to carry nothing more than the clothes on my back, and the hero barely weighed anything at all. She was a dainty little thing. I could lift her with one arm with ease, and although she herself was technically a knight, she wasn't the type that wore heavy metal plates to fortify her defenses. As such, Nur was able to maintain a pace that matched that of your standard sedan. To him, covering the distance between our home and the capital had been a breeze. It hadn't even begun to eat into the Fenrir's near unlimited stamina, I guess, responded the hero. She still didn't seem all that sold on the Ruhr Express. Wait, how come you seem like you're totally fine? Oh, you know, I shrugged. I'm already used to it. In fact, I ride her around pretty much all the time, and 'cause I'm hooked on thrills and whatnot. Speaking of Ruhr, the wolf was no longer anywhere in sight. As much as I would have liked to, I knew that there was no way for us to get him into the city without causing a fuss, and as such, I'd told him to shrink down, hide somewhere in the forest, and await further orders. So, any idea how we're supposed to get inside? I turned towards the hero and used a thumb to point to the wall at my back. We obviously couldn't just waltz right up to the gate and say hello. While one would normally expect to be shown a fair amount of hospitality for such an approach, the current circumstances made it far more likely for such an action to be met with the sharp end of a spear. No, the hero frowned. You were planning to return to the capital after paying me a visit, weren't you? Shouldn't you know how you're supposed to get back in? I narrowed my eyes and gave the girl an unamused stare, to which she responded by spouting off a series of excuses. And I totally knew what I was supposed to do, but I really wasn't expecting it to be this well guarded. Look over there. She pointed towards what looked to be the entrance to a sort of sewage system attached to a part of the wall. It was fairly well hidden, obscured by a series of tall trees. The sewer seemed to have a freshly installed iron grate covering the exit. Moreover, there were several guards positioned around it. I was supposed to use an item to make myself invisible and then sneak back through there so I could rendezvous with the church's knights, but it doesn't really look like we can get through anymore. Oh, so they found out about the security hole she was going to use and patched it. Makes sense. Alright. Just making sure. You do have plans for what you're supposed to do after you get back inside, right? I think so. Alright, then I guess we're getting over the wall my way. I said. "Excuse me for a moment." I grabbed her and tucked her under one of my arms as I spoke. "Huh? Wait, hold on." "Oh, shut it already." I heaved an exasperated sigh as I activated stealth. Stealth was, fortunately, able to extend its effects to anything I touched. That aspect of its effect was what stopped my clothes from walking around by themselves. Without it, I probably wouldn't be able to find anything to do with the skill besides maybe a few niche little things like freaking people out. Walking clothes does seem like something out of some sort of horror movie. After all, I said, "Be quiet, damn it. They'll notice us if you keep up all the noise." I materialized both pairs of wings after confirming that the stealth skill had activated before giving them a good old flap and diving into the starry night sky. The ground almost seemed to shrink in an instant as we rose, and soon, we began to see much more of our surroundings than we had before. The hero's response to the sudden change was to scream in terror. "God damn it, Nell. I told you to keep quiet." I know, but it's not like I could help it." The guards began shuffling around and making a big fuss the moment the hero's cry filled the night. "I think I just heard something," said one. "It came from somewhere up above us." "Someone get some lights up in the sky," added another. "See, what did I tell you?" Although they were aware that something was there, they hadn't actually seen us, so I decided there wasn't any harm in continuing as planned. And so, I succeeded in infiltrating the kingdom's capital with a certain terrified hero held under my arm all the way. Chapter 88. A girls' only slumber party. While Yuki's infiltration of the capital was indeed an event of note, it was not the only that had happened that night. In fact, a certain group of women had organized a little get-together, the climax of which occurred at about the same time a certain demon lord had made it over the wall. Lefi, Lou, and Layla sat facing each other atop a series of futons. The three had taken the fact that Yuki was out of the house as an opportunity to discuss topics the likes of which they wouldn't dare mention in his presence. It was a so-called girls' night out, save for the fact that they'd stayed in as opposed to going out. Of course, the event hadn't just spent the later parts of the evening, and the three present weren't the only attendees. Shii and Iluna had both participated in its earlier phases, only to fall asleep as their bedtime came around. The former had reverted to her slime form and situated herself atop her cushion, while the latter had passed out with her head resting in Lefi's lap. "Oh yeah, Lefi. That reminds me." Li turned to the dragon girl in order to address her with a question. "You know what that weird relaxing aura Master's got around him is?" "I dunno why, but being round him pretty much always just makes me feel all calm and safe and stuff." "It is an effect of the mana radiating from his being." "The mana?" Although Lefi had answered Li's question, Layla had spoken up before the Warwolf could reply. The topic had piqued her interest. "All living things leak the magical energy that they contain. Individuals possess subtle differences that allow others to discern them," said Lefi. "I see." Layla paused for a moment before nodding to acknowledge the silver-haired girl's claim. "That would explain why I felt as if each individual seemed to possess some sort of aura. It does make sense for that to be something based in mana." "Precisely. The mana is reflective of the individual. It can be used to discern whether one is a beastkin, a demon, or a dragon, and tells much about its source. That it is why Yuki's presence brings you peace of mind. It is none other than his calming aura that draws others to him. It is why Iluna grew so attached to him on such short notice," said Lefi. She used her fingers to comb through the hair of the vampire that adored her like a sister as she spoke, "and it is one of the reasons the hero chose to loosen her guard and engage him in conversation, with the other being his lack of ill intent. I suppose that one could claim this a talent, of sorts." "What do you mean?" "He is a natural womanizer, a philanderer capable of easily deceiving a woman should he ever feel the need," scoffed Lefi. "I would not be surprised to find that he has performed such an act in the past." The way the dragon girl ended off with a snort caused Li to force a bit of a wry smile. "Right. So Master being a philanderer and stuff leads me right to something I've been meaning to ask you for a good while. I've been real curious, and it's been killin' me." "What is it?" "It's that ring there." Li pointed to the accessory Lefi was wearing around her fourth finger. "Is that what I think it is?" Indeed, confirmed the dragon after a good bit of stammering. "It is a gift I received from none other than Yuki himself." "Oh my god," Liz squealed in excitement. That said, she made sure to do so at a relatively low volume as to not wake those that were already asleep. "Wow," added Layla. "I did not think that my lord had it in him. I'm impressed." Wait, does that mean he already proposed to you?" Despite being the one to suggest the idea, Liz started to blush and stammer at the mention of wedlock. "When the heck did you guys get that far along anyways? I could have sworn you weren't all the way there just yet." Neither of the maids had heard the pair profess the full extent of their feelings for one another, but they'd always been convinced that something was going on. Anyone with working eyes could have immediately identified that they were at least on friendly terms. The way they both fought and played made it obvious that, at the very least, mutual dislike was off the menu. The sight of the ring on Levi's finger had caused Liz to speculate that something had happened while the two were away, that some event had gotten them to suddenly further their relationship while the dungeon's residents remained none the wiser. It was not. The dragon only barely managed to squeeze out a reply in all of her embarrassment. "It was no more than a present." "Not yet, huh?" Liz heaved an unamused sigh. "But well, getting something like that means you're probably just shy of having him in the bag, right?" "I am not sure." The dragon girl's uncertainty only seemed to spark Liz's curiosity all the more. She immediately threw yet another question Levi's way. "Wait, so how do you feel about Master anyway? I mean, I can see you guys are at least on good terms." But the question flew as straight as a bullet, and while one would normally expect a maiden like Levi to redden up and act all embarrassed as a result, she did not. Instead, she simply pursed her lips in silence. Only after she found the right words to say did she finally open her mouth and slowly give form to her thoughts. Am I to remain completely honest? I know not." Each of her words was slow, deliberate, and carefully chosen. "You don't?" Layla raised an eyebrow. "I know not how I feel, not about him, nor about you." Levi paused for a moment before continuing. "I have been by my lonesome for a long time. The only others that I have ever met either cowered before my power or sought to challenge me and evaluate their own prowess. I was never regarded in an amicable manner. He was the first to treat me not as an object of terror, nor a foe to surmount, but as Lefichos, the individual." The two maids remained silent as they listened to the dragon's tale. "I never once would have even entertained the idea of living among others had he not interacted with me in such a manner. Never once had I ever imagined that my life would take such a turn, that I would have him, the two of you, and Eluna by my side," said Levi. "The emotions that he has brought me are those the likes of which I have never felt, and as such, I have not the understanding of what I am to think of them." Levi averted her gaze and blushed as she revealed her thoughts to the maids. Both of them understood that, while one could not see it from her appearance alone, Levi had spent a great number of years with solitude as her only companion. A great loneliness plagued her, one the likes of which no other could imagine, and it had etched itself into her heart with time. "So does being with Master make everything all fun now?" "Undoubtedly," said Levi. "This nest of his is filled with many an interesting thing. Oddities stretch as far as the eye can see, and the owner of it all is the strangest thing of all." Her interpretation of the man they knew as their master caused both maids to giggle. "I am inclined to agree," said Layla. "I have only rarely seen any other that even vaguely resembles my lord." "Right? Master sure is an interesting one," added Lou. "But seeing this side of you is real fresh. Levi, you're a lot more relatable than I thought at first. I feel like I know you a lot better now and that we've gotten lots closer." "I feel the same," said Levi with a smile. "Never before have I thought of myself as just another woman. Now, I feel very much inclined to do so." "So how did you meet Master anyway, Levi?" "An interesting tale, that is," said the dragon. "I suppose that it is only just that I weave a story about my first encounter with the mysterious substance we know as chocolate." And so, the three girls continued their discussion deep into the night. Chapter 89. Illegal Entry. "What the heck, Yuki?" shouted Nell. "Would it kill you to be just a bit more considerate?" Yeah, enough of that. Come on, I said sorry already, didn't I? Plus, I did warn you before I lifted off. Warn me? Warn me? All you did was tell me to be quiet if I didn't want the guards to notice us. How the heck was I supposed to know what you were going to just suddenly take off? Fine. I admit it, Your Honor. I'm guilty. Spooking the poor girl had been a part of an overarching fiendish plot all along, right? So I'd love to keep talking about how innocent I am, but it looks like we've got a few guards headed our way. Although I had admitted to my guilt internally, I had no intention of letting the hero catch on. How about we put this whole being nicer to you thing on hold for a bit and come back to it later? The hero had leaned in while scolding me to express her anger. In fact, she had leaned so far in that her face was uncomfortably close despite the fact that I had started bending myself backwards. I mentioned something she was likely to pay attention to while pointing at the area behind her in order to get her off me. Of course, while it was a convenient excuse, it wasn't actually a lie by any means. I could hear the rustling of armor as it rapidly closed in on our location. It was obvious that the soldiers in charge of security had overheard us. My ears were only one of the two sources of information I had on hand. The other, my map, was much more reliable. It had filled itself in when I looked down upon the city from above, and now it was telling me that we had a number of hostiles incoming. Speaking of my map, it was now capable of much more than it was when I first obtained it. I had long activated the function that allowed it to display any and all enemy signatures, even those outside the dungeon's territory. Its sole limitation was that it only functioned if the area in question was one I had filled in already. Only recently had I discovered how the map worked. It apparently functioned by sending out signals that would run into magical particles in the air to obtain data on the terrain and any potential threats. In other words, it worked much in the same manner as the echolocation dolphins use. The sonars one would find on modern Japanese fishing boats and warships also made for a good comparison. The reason I needed to use DP to activate the ability was because doing so actually led to alterations within my body. Purchasing the feature had changed the way I interacted with magical particles. Wait a second, that totally makes me something along the lines of an artificially modified human. Not that I'm human, but you know, whatever. Either way, I'm basically a Shocker combatman. Maybe I should start doing that whole Yi thing. 1. TSK. Nell clicked her tongue in annoyance. Fine. This way, Yuki. Follow me. Goddamn Nell. Stop with the tongue clicking. Talk about unladylike. Fortunately, my excuse had worked, and Nell had finally gotten off my back, so I placed a hand on my chest, heaved a sigh of relief, and set out after her. The pitter-pattering sound our feet made as they moved across the stone-paved street almost seemed to disappear as they reached the buildings that lined it. They just vanished, and it wasn't because our steps blended in with the noise of the citizens enjoying their night lives, for that sound was nowhere to be heard. The streets were empty, devoid of noise. Our footsteps almost seemed to be sucked into a soundless void. Man, it sure is quiet. I couldn't help but voice an opinion of our surroundings as I made note of them. It wasn't late enough into the night for the streets to be as empty as they were. There should have, by all means, been people wandering about and slowly making their way home from taverns and the like. Yet, it was deathly silent. The whole atmosphere the place gave off was dull and lacking in life. Man, this place is way bigger than Alfiro, or whatever the place Lefi and I visited was called, but goddamn is it empty. The lack of people is making it seem all desolate and shit. It used to be really lively around here, even at this time of day, said Nell. But everyone's probably holed themselves in at home because of how dangerous it's been to stay outside lately. Yeah. Sounds about right. I wouldn't be surprised if the guards started cutting down everyone they saw out this late. I had only been in the city for a matter of moments, so I naturally hadn't seen it happen, and there was a chance that it never had or would happen, and that my mind was simply stuck in a rut because of all its biases. But I felt as if the guards had most likely already murdered citizens in cold blood on false, completely bullshit charges just because they saw them wandering the streets at night. As a history major, I just knew that such an act was normal in the case that a city came under the jurisdiction of an armed force intent on overthrowing some sort of ruler. I heard about how bad everything was already, but seeing it for myself really makes it hit home," said the hero. "Wait, what's that you're wearing, Yuki? And when the heck did you even put it on?" "What? This?" I smirked as I pointed to the mask I had stuck to my face. "It's nothing special. I just, figured it'd be a good idea not to show my face to the church's agents. I'm kinda a demon lord, so I'm thinking the church is probably one of my natural enemies or something like that." The mask was awesome. It had slits for eyes, with a decoration under each. The left eye rested atop a star, and the right a teardrop. The mask's mouth was twisted into a wide, happy grin, and though it seemed to resemble a clown more so than anything else, it gave off a sinister aura nonetheless. Too, I had actually acquired the mask quite a while ago. I'd spent a good bit of time browsing the catalog for disguises, and this just happened to be the item that caught my eye. It was so badass that I couldn't help but grab it and stash it into my storage the moment I saw it. It was a bit hard to see things in front of me while I wore it, but it couldn't be helped. I needed a disguise, after all. Okay, fine, yes, I'll admit that's bullshit. I'm just wearing it because of how fucking cool it is. It's not like I'm wrong though. They won't remember your face if all they see is your badass mask. Goddamn, that was so smart. I should use one of my fingers to give myself a tap on the head. "I'm not really sure if there's any real point in wearing a mask," said the hero, hesitantly. "And are you really sure everything will be okay? I'll get into a lot of trouble if they find out I brought a demon lord back with me." "No problem, it's all good, and I really can't help you force your way inside our HQ. No matter what you say, that's just not something I can compromise on, so you might just have to settle for staying outside, okay?" "Yeah, I get it." "No worries. Chill," I said. "I was planning to do something else while you sat around and met with people anyway. Hell, I'd probably end up following my own agenda even if I was let in." There was no need for me to keep pace with the church and its forces. All I wanted was to overthrow the prince and have the church take credit. That was it. All other details were more or less inconsequential. The only reason I had accompanied Nell as far as I had was in order to gather intel. The only thing I needed from the church. Whatever. Either way, I'm probably just going to end up sitting around until I see out what the church is up to and then figure out where to go with the rest of my plan from there. "You're not making me feel like this is any less of a bad idea," the hero spoke rather anxiously as she stopped in front of a rundown building situated in an alleyway. "But either way, we're here." At a glance, it looked like some sort of store. One that was so worn out it was barely functional. Without hesitation or worry that she'd arrived at the wrong place, Nell gave the door a series of patterned knocks. A muffled male voice responded to her shortly after. "Terminus," he said. "Assemble," she replied. A small panel above the door knock opened by sliding to the side. There was hand extending from it. It was open with its palm facing upwards. "Your sigil." The hero pulled out the seal she'd used back when Levi and I needed to enter the human city we visited a short while ago and handed it over. The man pulled it inside and went silent as if examining it. The silence persisted for a few uncomfortable moments. "We have been awaiting your return, my lady." His tone completely changed by the next time he raised his voice. "We are overjoyed to see that you are still in good health. I am terribly sorry for the inconvenience, but I must ask you to stand by momentarily while I seek a member of our organization that recognizes you before I may allow you inside." Unfortunately, the rules are the rules, and they must be abided. I sensed the man leave the door without waiting for a response. "Holy shit, that was awesome," I muttered, impressed. "You guys totally just made the church look like some sort of sinister secret society." "I'm pretty sure that's the type of impression you're supposed to keep to yourself," said Nell, peeved. "Yeah, I know. My bee. Nell, you're back." The rickety, half-rotted door was slammed open with such force that I thought it was about to fly off its hinges. A single woman dashed out from inside and leapt onto the hero with an overly energetic hug. "It's great to see you again too, Carlotta." Nell returned her hug and affectionately wrapped her arms around the woman's waist. The glomper in question was quite the hottie. She had a great figure and a beautiful face that seemed to belie an air of intelligence. I couldn't exactly put my finger on why, but she also gave off the impression that she was the type to bear an indomitable will. Her armor looked pretty much exactly like Nell's. It was of a light design, and when combined with the sword at her waist, made her look like some sort of paladin or holy knight. She was definitely associated with the church. I'm guessing she's probably one of the ones Nell was talking about when she mentioned that there was a group she was supposed to meet up with and whatnot. "They told me that you went, Mia. I was so worried," exclaimed Gloomface as she showered the hero with all the affection of an elder sister. "The capital's security has gotten a lot stricter. We haven't been able to communicate with any of our agents on the outside lately." "Good job making it in. I'm really sorry for all the worry I've caused you," said Nell. "Don't worry about it. It's not your fault. All that matters to me is that you're safe." The other knight immediately came to the hero's defense. "It's all the higher-ups' fault for giving you those ridiculous orders." "Ridiculous orders? Oh, she must be talking about how Nell was sent over to my place. Wait a second. Ridiculous orders? Bullshit. All she did when she came over was hang around in the hot spring, kick back, and relax before heading straight home." "By the way," said Nell, "there's someone I want to introduce you to, Carlotta." "There is." Only after Nell's mention did the other knight finally notice me. She let go of Nell and directed a sharp gaze in my direction. She was clearly on guard. Seeing her like that immediately reminded me of a classic Japanese trope. I honestly can't help but imagine her saying the good old kill me line after suffering a defeat at the hands of someone with indecent intentions. Goddamn, I'm a fucking degenerate. 3. He's one of my new party members, said Nell. "I happened to meet him a while back, and we've been sticking together basically ever since. I brought him along because I thought he might be able to lend us a hand. He's really strong, and pretty trustworthy too." "Nice to meet you," I said as I lightly waved in the Holy Knight's direction. "The name's why. Are you really sure we can't trust him?" asked the knight. "That mask he's wearing is making him look really suspicious." I'm sure," said Nell. "I know the mask is kinda weird, but he's a real good person." "What was that?" "If you got something to say about this badass mask, then say it to my face, goddammit." TL notes. 1. Kamen Rider reference. Not sure this localizes any better, but basically there's an army of altered human specimens who only ever say ye. 2. Hunter x Hunter Hisoka reference. Similar things are seen in other media as well. Heavy arms mask from Gundam, etc. 3. Japanese porn trope that's leaked into mainstream media. Chapter 90. The Church's Might. Part 1. I don't mind if he joins us. I'm sure you know already, but we aren't exactly in the best of spots. We're willing to take all the help we can get, so we'd be glad to have him on board, especially if he's strong, said the knight named Carlotta. "Anyways, why don't we head inside?" "Goddamn Nell, talk about trust. I almost can't believe they're actually going to let me inside just cause you vouched for me." I followed the hero, who traced the other knight's footsteps as she made her way inside the rundown shack. What was that? I was assaulted by a minor sense of discomfort the moment I walked through the door. An unpleasant sensation shot through my body. The hell? Did they do something to me just now? "Wow, you actually noticed that?" The knight regarded me with a surprised gaze. "I guess that means you really are fairly strong after all." "What did you just do?" I asked. "No need to be so alarmed. It wasn't anything out of the norm," she replied. "While, yes, Nell did introduce you to us, and that does account for a certain degree of credibility, we're not so foolish as to let just anyone enter our ranks without prior inspection. The fact that you were able to enter the door means you don't bear us any ill will." Carlotta took what looked like some sort of document from a man that came from further within the building and began to skim through it, muttering as she did. "It looks like you're human, and that the mask is just a normal mask. I was almost expecting it to be some sort of magically enhanced device." Huh. Hearing the report caused Nell's face to contort with surprise. She looked like she was about to say something stupid. I gave her the look and used my eyes to tell her to keep quiet while shrugging in response to her confusion. "What else were you expecting? I only came to help. After all." She seemed to give me another judging, suspicious look. The tense air lasted for a good bit, but she eventually relaxed. I see. I hope you'll excuse us for how rude we were being then. All good. The calm natural manner in which I spoke failed to relay my real emotions. The truth of the matter was that my heart was pounding. Holy shit. This woman be scary. She totally managed to get me to relax the moment before she tested me, just so I'd drop my guard. And she even managed to smile like nothing was up. Goddamn. She's terrifying. I need an adult. Oh man, I'm lucky I actually listened to Nell when she was talking about how they had items that would let them ID people. I would have been taken off the field before I even got to swing if I hadn't had any countermeasures in place. The reason that the item Carlotta used to analyze me had identified me as a human was obviously not because I had experienced yet another rebirth. Rather, it came in the form of a skill I had only recently acquired. Disguise. Disguise was what I had ended up choosing over the remote-controlled golem strategy that I had in mind at first. It was just a better use of DP. The skill seemed more or less identical to the one that Lefi used to stop me from seeing her stat numbers. It showed my enemies what I wanted them to see and hid what I didn't. Of course, I had already set up my character sheet to look a certain way in advance. General information: name, Y race, human class, thief, level, 35 HP, 1603 1603 MP, 1167 1167 strength, 411 vitality, 443 agility, 682 magic, 451 dexterity, 638 luck, 72 skills: martial arts 3, stealth 4, detect enemies 3, sword darts I. Titles: 1 Who judges. My name, Y, came from the first letter of Yuki, my actual name. Now, I know where you're going with this. Yeah, I know I sound like a goddamn simpleton, but that's not the point. What matters is that I didn't forget that I needed a pseudonym. All my stats had gone through a bit of tweaking. I adjusted them all to make them significantly lower than the heroes. My class, Thief, was just one I happened to think of and like. I went along with the whole thief theme by giving my falsified agility and dexterity stats a little bit of a boost. The only skills I left on my character sheet were ones that were likely to be found on an actual thief, and I'd intentionally kept all their levels fairly low. Apparently, level 5 skills were only supposed to be found amongst the truly skilled, so I avoided them like the plague. While I could have just left my title section blank, I felt as if not having anything would have made my stat page seem a bit empty, so I kept the most normal one visible and hid the rest. I had no idea what the item in question allowed the knight to see, but either way, I assumed I would come off as someone that was fairly capable as far as humans were concerned either way. Of course, the stats I had on display were a far cry away from my actual stats. General information: name, Yuki race, Demon Lord class, Demon Lord of Judgment level, 43 HP, 3101 3101 MP. 10,442 10,442 strength, 911 vitality, 926 agility, 818 magic, 1,161 dexterity, 1,423 luck, 73 skill points. 0. Unique skills: Magic Eye Translation Flight. Skills Item Box: Analyze 8 Martial Arts 4 Primordial Magic V Stealth V Enemy Detection V Sword Darts 2 Weapon Transmutation 4 Enchant 4 Trap Techniques I Great Sword Arts 2 Disguise 2 Crisis Detection I. Titles: Demon Lord from Another World, Supreme Dragon's Owner, 1 Who judges, 1 Hostile to Humanity. DP 104,356. I was coming along fairly well, if I did say so myself. My level had risen, and most of my skills were a good bit higher than they'd been just a while ago. I was particularly proud of Sword Arts, which had finally risen to its 2nd level. HNNG. I'd also gotten several new skills: Great Sword Arts, which I had naturally obtained while swinging a massive blade all willy-nilly, Disguise, which I bought with DP for the purposes of this outing, and Crisis Detection, which seemed pretty damn useful as far as I was concerned. Unlike the great Surdart's skill, the disguise skill had been leveled artificially. I had dumped all my skill points into it in order to provide it with a bit of a boost. Like many other skills, its effectiveness was based on both its level and the difference between my stats and the stats of those around me. That was why I was able to deceive many others despite the skill being only level 2. Why? Was it? I'm going to refrain from asking exactly who you are for now. I've no problems with you since you don't seem to be harboring any sort of malicious intent, said the lightly armored female knight. Can I count on you to use those skills of yours to help our cause? That's why I'm here. Thank you. I do appreciate it given how understaffed we are. She nodded. All right, why don't we make for our destination, for real this time? And so, Nell and I followed Carlotta deeper into the shabby excuse of a building. I looked around our surroundings from behind my mask as we moved, surveying every last detail out of sheer curiosity. But soon, I was stopped. The hero tapped me on the shoulder and whispered in a voice too quiet for anyone but me to hear. What did they do? Why do they think you're human? Oh, just messed with my stat page a bit, I whispered back. And, see? I told you there wouldn't be any problems. To be honest, I was feeling really anxious and on edge. Thank goodness nothing happened. Me too. The She-Knight honestly deserved to have found me out. The way she had come snooping the moment I let my guard down had me spooked. Chances were, she'd been planning it all right from the start. Over here, watch your feet. The floor here isn't exactly in the best of states. Carlotta issued a few instructions after stopping in front of what looked like nothing more than just another wall. May the Lord guide us to salvation. A secret panel rose to reveal a hidden pathway the moment she finished reciting some sort of phrase or passcode. Whoa. I blinked a few times as I looked on in astonishment. Holy shit, is that a secret passageway? Fuck yes, I've always wanted to try using one of these. The door the knight had opened seemed to lead deeper underground. Dim lights hang from the passage's ceiling, illuminating a dull-looking path. Let's go. And with her words as the cue, the knight once again began to lead us. I couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement rise within me as I followed. TL note: I might change the way I've chosen to word some of the skills and titles and stuff soon. I'll make retrospective changes once I'm done deciding what things should be called. Chapter 91, The Church's Might, Part 2. Our destination entered our view after a few minutes' worth of walking. The fact that the passageway was coming to an end was incredibly obvious. The bright lights that flooded the area beyond the tunnel greatly contrasted the dimmer ones within it. I followed the knight and the hero and slowly headed towards its source. Upon arrival, I found myself within a building that was far removed from the shabby hut I had entered from. It was a cathedral, a great, underground cathedral far larger than anything I could have ever expected given the lackluster path we had taken to reach it. Gorgeous pillars stretched all the way from its floor to its high-rising ceiling, upon which there lay an enormous mural, one that seemed to tell a story based on some sort of religious myth. Brilliant, shimmering chandeliers hung from the ceiling and provided the building with most of its light. The church's floor was, as one would expect, constructed of a series of shapes and decorated with long, wooden benches. My gaze followed the center aisle, eventually arriving at an elaborate piece of stained glass. Like the mural, it depicted a tale of sorts. I suspected the item was magically enchanted, as it was the cathedral's secondary light source. Rays of light almost seemed to be pouring in from the glass window even though it was far outside the sun's reach. Beneath the glass stood a series of statues. The most well-crafted of them portrayed an entity that seemed to be something along the lines of a goddess. She faced the benches and stood with a posture so elegant it made me want to correct my own. Around her was a group of angelic soldiers, each of which was committed to the duty of protecting their lord. The sight of the light shining upon the goddess was so holy in nature that it even made me, in all my atheism, suspect that she might in fact exist. The air was so thick with an essence so divine that it felt as if it would allow no evil to intrude upon it, though I guess yours truly being here kinda takes that idea and chucks it out the window. I couldn't help but stare at the vista beneath me as I looked upon it from one of the church's overpasses. Tunnels like the one we had just exited could be seen lining the wall behind us and the one opposite it. The staircase beside us led down to the cathedral, down to the realm within the literal painting that reeled my mind in. The benches were already populated with a whole series of armed patrons. About half of them wore armor with a design identical to that of Nell's and Carlotta's. They too were probably holy knights, paladins that served that of which reigned far above men. The other half of the men present were likely associates from the faction that opposed the prince. Whoa, I couldn't help but sigh. That was just how impressed the sight had left me. This place sure is awe-inspiring, isn't it? Asked Nell with a smile. Seeing it for the first time totally blew me away. Honestly, yeah, it is. This is where we, the church's knights, have always chosen to assemble in the case that we needed a place to talk behind closed doors, said Carlotta. The church has many eyes on it. All of our facilities have eyes on them. This is the only place we're able to discuss matters away from those that might wish to pry. You sure there's no problem with you bringing someone you don't know like me somewhere this important? It isn't an issue. Again, your ability to enter this space means that you bear us no ill will. Adding to that is the fact that you came with Nell. Carlotta smiled as she began patting the other girl on the head. While she is still quite ignorant about the ways of the world, she still does have quite the eye for judging other people. See, cut it out, Carlotta. You're embarrassing me. Despite her complaints, Nell was regarding the other girl with a bit of a smile. No two ways about it. They're definitely as close as sisters. That aside, the two of you have excellent timing. We were just about to announce the plan. We don't have anything in mind for the two of you just yet, but I suggest listening. With that, the three of us headed downstairs. Nell and I found ourselves a pair of empty seats, while Carlotta marched down the center aisle and took her place at the dais. Once she reached it, she turned to face the crowd and began to speak. Men, I address you today as Carlotta de Maya, Commander of the Order of the Faldian Holy Knights. I will be assuming supreme command of this operation. Her voice was loud, clear, and charismatic. Hearing her caused the troops, who'd been speaking amongst themselves, to snap to attention. Wait. She was that important? She's an excellent swordswoman, a talented mage, and just really good at everything she does. She's really strong. My stats are higher than hers, but I just can't ever beat her, said Nell energetically. She seemed more eager to brag about Carlotta than she did herself. The church thinks of the Faldian Knights as the linchpin to their operations, and she's the youngest to ever be named its commander. Of course, the two of us spoke in hushed voices. We made sure not to disturb those around us with our discussions. I did have to agree that the commander was outside the norm. Analyzing her had shown me that her stats were quite far removed from what one would expect from the average human being. General information: name, Carlotta de Maya. Race, human. Class, paladin. Level, 62. HP, 1312 MP. 3400 strength, 387 vitality, 409 agility, 552 magic, 611 dexterity, 1192 luck, 198 skills: Holy Magic V, Fire Magic V, Sword Mastery 7, Enemy Detection 2, Crisis Detection V, Dagger Mastery V, Axe Mastery 3, Rapier Mastery 4, Whip Mastery 4. Titles: Sword Princess, War Maiden. The first thing I noticed about her stat page was that she had a disproportionate number of weapon-based skills, and all of them were at a decent level. Her sword mastery was high, that it sat at an overbearing level 7. Both her titles pertain to her prowess in combat. O Lodi in heaven save me. Dis woman be scurry. Both her level and her dexterity stat were incredibly high. Wait, is dex related to sword mastery? Cause I swear Nell has also got a bunch of dex. I mean, my dex is supposed to be super high too, but for some odd reason, I just can't do the sword. Might that mean that I've just got no talent for swordplay? Nah, No way, right? I mean, I can still use great swords decently, and my sword mastery skill did level itself up recently. Yeah, you know what? It's totally not my problem, it's the sword's problem. Okay, great. I guess this is where I should probably call it a day and move on to the next topic before I overthink things. Alright, brain. Next thought please. Analyzing all the humans I came across had allowed me to develop a sort of scale for basically every stat but health and mana. The average child had somewhere between 10 and 100 of each base stat, whereas the average fully grown non-combatant had between 100 and 150. Those that worked in fields that required them to use weaponry had stats that ranged between 150 and 400. Though the average individual would have something between 200 and 300, regardless of their precise class. Anything between 400 and 600 was incredibly rare, and seemed to denote that the individual was a master of their craft. I'd only seen 3 people with anything over 600, and all of them had more or less been freakish outliers. The 3 were Nell, the guy with the axe, but only while it was boosting all his stats, and the knight standing in front of the podium. The knights that populated the cathedral general had stats around 300 to 400. They were elites, and yet, Carlotta stood out far above them. These numbers only applied to humans. The only demons and beastkin I had ever analyzed were Layla and Lir respectively. My sample size was a little bit too small for me to be thinking about averages just yet, especially since I had no idea how strong the 2 were relative to their peers. The circumstances are dire, as I am sure you are all aware, men. Prince Ryut Glorio Alisa has gone mad. He has plunged the capital into a state of chaos and used the confusion to usurp the throne from its rightful owner. We, as envoys of justice, must oppose him and right all the wrong that he has willed into existence. Every knight in the cathedral listened in a solemn silence as her icy cold voice echoed throughout. There are many of you gathered today, and I know that your expectations, predictions, and thoughts on the matter may differ. But this is one commonality that we all share. We lack the allies we need to pursue our cause. We, alone, lack the power that we need to depose the prince and his ill-gotten gains. And it is for that reason that we are here. Do not forget, we are here to take each other's hands, to cooperate, to ensure that our joint venture sees fruition. Any that object to this sentiment may speak up now. Not a single soul dared raise their voice in opposition. The entire cathedral almost seemed to be filled with an air of silent fervor. Excellent. The paladin's lips curled into a smile. Then I will be briefing you on the operation. Carlotta pulled out a large board and used it to summarize her plans and answer any questions that happened to pop up. The operation was composed of 2 distinct parts. The first involved restoring communications with a squad standing outside the city's walls, and then assault the gate with both said squad and a bit over half the troops present in the cathedral. Once enough attention was drawn to the gate, a second, smaller squad would infiltrate the castle. This squad had 2 objectives. Their primary objective was to rescue the king, who had been recently found alive and kicking within the dungeon lying underneath the castle. Their secondary objective was to capture the prince, if possible. I kind of want to go hand the king a threat or 2, so I guess I'll go a bit ahead of the rescued party and then just hand him over once they get there. The operation will take place tomorrow night. All of you are to sortie the moment you hear the church's bell. That is all. Questions? There was a pause, but again, no one raised their voice in objection. None? Perfect. You are dismissed. Carlotta raised an arm and finished up her speech with a charismatic cheer. For victory, for victory. The knights repeated after her in loud, booming voices before rising to their feet and moving out. Likewise, Carlotta descended from the podium and made her way back towards us. I'm assuming you guys don't have anywhere to stay since you just got here today, she said. I can fix that. Follow me. TL note weapon arts, greater than weapon mastery. More changes may be soon. Chapter 92, The Orphanage, Part 1. Mwahahaha. I threw my head back and cackled in an over-the-top, ridiculous manner. Soon, I, the evil demonic overlord, shall devour you all. The children I was in the midst of chasing began to scream, but not because they were terrified, Their shouts were filled with all the glee you'd expect from a group of kids engaged in play. Much to her dismay, one of the younger kids happened to stumble over her own legs and trip in her attempt to escape. Rather than capitalizing on the opportunity as any good demon would, I leaned over and took one of her hands in order to help her up. Careful, the evil demon lord will be sure to catch you if you don't watch your step. Thanks, Mr. Demon Word. The girl that had tripped giggled as I patted her on the head. You're very welcome, and don't worry, this doesn't count as getting caught, I said before switching personas once more. For, though I am a demon lord, and while I stand for all that is vile, I remain yet a gentleman that knows the meaning of good sportsmanship. Mwahahaha. I began chasing the kids around after giving the one that had tripped a little bit of a head start, but I was soon stopped in my tracks. 3 brave-looking boys jumped out in front of me, each wielding the power of imagination. End of the line. Demon will wipe the floor with you. The one that looked like the group's leader raised the phantom blade he had grasped in his hand as if to demonstrate its divine radiance. So you've arrived, heroes. I crossed my arms and snorted in an arrogant manner. FMPH, it will take more than the likes of you to unravel my schemes. Yeah, right. Take this. Sacred sword attack. The leader jumped in front of me and swung the weapon visible only to those in the heat of the action. Fire magic attack. The second boy held out one of his arms and pretended to channel a burst of magical energy. Sacred sword strike number 2. The final kid, who, like the first, apparently wielded a legendary blade, swung in an over-the-top, exaggerated manner. Rarg. I jumped and then landed with a backward stumble as if to demonstrate that their combined might had blown me away. See, curse you, heroes. You may have defeated me, but this is far from your humanity's final trial. Even though I will fall today, there shall soon be a second demon lord, and if you defeat him, a third. There will be no end to demonic monarchs, and no end to the struggles that you must woe. Much to my surprise, the kids, who'd realized that the game had came to an end, all began running towards me. Wait, come on guys, stop that. I'm still in the middle of a monologue. And one at a time, come on. And you, don't jump at me like that. What'll you do if you end up hurting yourself? Fortunately, I'd managed to catch the kid that had launched himself through the air before he fell to the ground. Seeing that he was fine, the others started emulating him. It didn't take long for me to find myself on the ground with a dog pile's worth of kids on top of me. They sure have gotten attached to you. The hero giggled as she squatted down next to me and peered over my face. And I almost can't believe how fast you got used to pretending to be a demon lord. I'm kind of the real thing. So you know, nothing special. I wonder what these kids would think if they learned that I really was a demon lord. Doubt that's anything they'll ever think up, not even in their wildest dreams. I'm also surprised that you're this good at keeping kids entertained. That's just cause I do this all the time back home, I said. Though, things are a bit different back in the dungeon. Everyone wants to be the demon lord instead. I have to pretend to be a hero and get vanquished, which is kind of the opposite of what's probably the norm. Of course, the difference in culture stemmed from the fact that the dungeon's resident children thought a lot more highly of demon lords than they did heroes, for obvious reasons. It's not too hard. I'm sure you'd be good at it too, I said with a smirk. What do I say? How about you give it a shot? You know what, if you do it, I'll even throw in one of these awesome masks. No thanks. Nell shot me down immediately. I don't really want any weird masks. Wow Nell, how could you? Watching over our interaction caused the knight that had shown us to the orphanage to smile wryly as she spoke to the woman standing beside her. I really am sorry for showing up and asking you to give them a place to stay on such short notice. Please, don't worry about it. The woman, the orphanage's director, shook her head with a gentle smile. We would be nowhere without all of the church's support. We at least owe you this much. And besides, the children are overjoyed. The pair's conversation stemmed from the fact that, last night, Carlotta had led us not to some sort of barracks or inn, but rather, an orphanage. Specifically, it was an orphanage run and supported by the church. While it wasn't exactly what one would call their first choice when looking for lodgings, It was the only space available to us. Most of the capital's inns had closed their doors, and all the church's dormitories were packed full with the troops to be deployed in tonight's upcoming operation. The orphanage was quite literally the only place we could have spent the night. As one might suspect, the inns hadn't been the only things to shut down. In fact, the majority of the capital's stores had also done exactly that. The cause was politics. Those responsible for the coup had locked down the capital and effectively blocked it off from the outside world. The capital did not have much in the way of food generation. All of their consumables came in the form of imports from the outside world, imports that the blockade had halted. The result was obvious: a food shortage. The merchants responsible for supplying the city with its nourishment stopped coming. As cunning goldmongers, they knew that visiting the capital was unsafe. There was a chance that they would be caught in the midst of a skirmish and ultimately perish as an unintended consequence of the conflict. More importantly, however, was that safety and profit were not necessarily linked to one another. Smaller and medium-sized companies that dared make the trek found that they wouldn't even see the benefits. The soldiers situated near the entrance would confiscate their goods and pay them only a fraction of the cost the merchants had to pay to obtain them in the first place. It simply wasn't a profitable affair. There was no reason for any sane self-made merchant to bother stopping by the capital. Larger firms and their suppliers had it a bit easier. They could safely enter and exit the city without being subject to the army's unreasonable demands. However, they too were merchants. They were after money, not charity. All their foodstuffs were priced at many times their value in more decent times. The capital's cost of living had gone up drastically. To make matters worse, the army had confiscated almost all the extra food that had existed in the city at the time of their hostile takeover, and as such, the capital's citizens found themselves in peril. The situation was awful. They had to scramble and compete in order to scrape together enough food just to get through each day. Despite blatantly subjecting the citizens to harm, the prince and his dirty little crew were gaining momentum. They were technically still considered rebels. However, they had been working extensively in order to transform all manner of backlash into naught but praise. Of course, the prince's faction hadn't exactly been able to affect those that had opposed it to begin with, but they had managed to convince many neutral noble parties that allying with them was to their benefit. Seeing the pace at which the prince had been gaining allies in recent times had also caused many opportunists to declare their allegiance to him. It was obvious that he would soon have the right to rule in his grasp. The timer was ticking in his favor, and the moment it stopped would be the moment those who opposed him lost their just cause. That was most likely why the church was working on such a tight schedule. I highly doubted that the operation would be happening the day after it was announced under any normal circumstance. "I'm really sorry for making you entertain the children." The director looked at me with an apologetic frown. "I know that you're our guests and that we should be treating you much better, but don't worry about it. It's no big deal," I said. "It's only fair that we help out any way we can, seeing how you let us stay the night for free." I shrugged and flashed the director a grin. Not that she could see it given the whole mask situation. "I know I said I wouldn't ask you about your identity, but my curiosity is killing me," said Carlotta. "Do you have kids? You look a bit too young for it." "Nah, I just have something along the lines of a pair of younger sisters back home. I play with them all the time, so I'm pretty used to this kind of thing." "Mr. Mask, Mr. Mask." One of the kids walked up to me and gave my shirt a gentle tug. "Can you please pretend to be a demon lord again?" "Sure, if it is your wish, then I shall comply. So long, eh?" I started to get into character, but I was cut off by the sound of the kid's rumbling stomach. "Sounds like you're getting a bit hungry over there." The kid frowned. "But we all are, so I gotta do my best not to complain, right?" "What am I, stupid? The city's got a food shortage." "Of course, they're hungry." I couldn't really tell since they all seemed so energetic, but I guess that was just cause they were holding it in. Thinking back on it, I realized that breakfast hadn't been composed of much of anything at all. Chances are, they probably haven't even had a decent meal recently. Damn it, Yuki. Realize these things faster next time. Well, I guess we can't really do much playing on empty stomachs now, can we? I crouched a bit and ruffled the kid's hair before getting back up and turning towards the hero. Hey Nell, get over here and lend me a hand. Huh? Wait, what's happening? The hero seemed totally confused, so I grabbed her by the arm and started dragging her off towards the kitchen. Wait, where are you taking me? To make food. I'm not about to watch a group of kids starve themselves, so I'ma grill up some meat. Doing everything by myself would take way too long, so I'm making you help. I turned towards the director. I hope you don't mind us borrowing your kitchen real quick. Please, feel free. And with the director's permission, I dragged Nell off to work. Wasn't he supposed to be a member of her party? She's a hero, so that should mean that he's supposed to effectively function as her attendant, right? Carlotta, who had been watching the whole thing, made a bit of a confused remark as we left. Why is he the one dragging her around? Chapter 93, The Orphanage, Part 2. Okay kids, go get your bowls and form a line. The hero turned to face the children after using a ladle to stir the pot of beef stew situated on top of a table in the orphanage's courtyard. Though orphanages often led one to think of poverty, the lot was surprisingly large. There was plenty of space for the children to frolic about and play. You won't get any if you don't wait your turn, so don't even think about cutting in front of each other. Okay. The children eagerly responded before obediently arranging themselves into a neat, single-file line. While the kids were the reason I had initially prepared the meal, they weren't the only ones attending our little chow session. Carlotta and the orphanage's director were also both present and accounted for. That dish has got quite the alluring smell, said Carlotta. What was it called again? I think he said it was called beef stew. He did all the flavoring and stuff, so I have no idea how he made it. Would you like some, Carlotta? There's a whole lot, and I'm sure the children won't be able to finish it all by themselves. I may as well have a bit. What about you, Miss Fernie? Was it? Well, I suppose a tiny bit wouldn't hurt. The orphanage's director nodded hesitantly. Thank you so much for doing this. You're supposed to be our guests, so we should be the ones showing you hospitality. And yet, that's all right. Nell smiled. He said this already, but we were the ones that suddenly showed up on your doorstep and asked to stay the night. Think of this as just our way of covering our debts. While there was more than enough stew to go around, it wasn't the only dish on the menu. I was situated by the next table over, carving the second dish, a whole roast of meat, into bite-sized chunks the kids could enjoy with ease. They seemed to find the sight of me chopping a larger piece of meat into several smaller ones fascinating, as their eyes were practically glued to my hands as they carried out the process. Okay, no, that's total bull. They just really can't wait to dig in, and I know it. Chances were, they were imagining how the two dishes would taste. Though they didn't quite seem to recognize either dish, they clearly had very high expectations, which was fine. Both were delicious. I was sure they'd be happy with what they got. I, however, wasn't. The normal Japanese line of thought was to cook up some sort of curry. That was just the standard when it came to feeding a bunch of hungry kids. But there wasn't any rice. I hadn't been expecting the situation, so I hadn't bothered bringing any sort of grain-based food with me. As such, I had to think up something that would be okay as just a roux without anything to accompany it. I ended up picking beef stew, even though it didn't satisfy my craving for a Japanese aesthetic. Next, I called for the line to move after placing several pieces of meat on top of one of the kids' plates. That's me. The next immediately stepped up, held out her bowl, and smiled. That mask you've got on right now looks super cool, Mr. Mask. You've got a good eye, young lady. You know what we do with good girls like you? I smirked. We give 'em an extra piece of meat. Yay. I garnished the beef stew in the girl's bowl with a few slices of meat and then called for the line to move yet again. Though I'd called it an extra piece, the number of pieces post-mask compliment more or less ended up becoming the standard. Everyone had gotten an extra slice because everyone had immediately picked up on the fact that praising my mask would get them more food. Hey, they might just be saying it for the reward right now, but I'm sure they'll turn around eventually if they keep doing it. They're sure to learn just how badass these masks are. Not that I'll actually be sticking around long enough for that to happen, but you know, inconsequential as it was, I had in fact traded in my mask for another while hanging around in the kitchen. My current mask wasn't full-faced like my last one. There was a hole where the mouth was so I could join everyone in eating. I knew for a fact that the mask would end up being more annoying than anything when it came to mealtime. It would get in my way by virtue of the fact that it was a literal physical barrier between my mouth and anything I wanted to put inside of it. I didn't want to tear it off and end up showing my face. That would just make me feel like an idiot. That said, there wasn't much of a point to hiding behind a mask to begin with, but I didn't care. Truth be told, all of my behavior stemmed from a rather shallow thought. Wearing a mask made me feel like a badass. My justifications had all been excuses I came up with in order to provide myself with a sense of self-validation. Are you really okay with giving away all this for free? Carlotta frowned. It must have cost you quite the pretty penny. I can tell that you used both monster meat and plenty of spices. It's fine. I shrugged as I watched the children happily devour their meals. The monsters I got this meat from weren't all that strong. It doesn't take me much effort to hunt a bunch of them. The spices are more or less homemade, so I didn't really incur any significant expenses on that front either. The only thing that had cost me anything was the base I used for the beef stew, and it had just been a minor DP expense. I had only done what I had for my own self-satisfaction. All the time I spent around Iluna and she, I really had changed the way I looked at kids. I didn't really like them all that much in my last life, but now, things were different. Seeing them suffer tore at my heartstrings. I helped them because I didn't want my heart to bleed for them. I immediately realized that I was likely prone to keep this behavior up going forward, so I promptly adopted a new policy. I wouldn't go out of my way to seek out kids just to help them, but I would help those in my immediate vicinity. I had been in a bit of a barbecue kinda mood, so I ended up making the whole roast out in the yard. The smell of roasted meat in the midst of a food shortage had drawn many a person to the front of the orphanage. "Hey, you smell something?" asked a passerby. "Yeah, man, it's not anything I recognize, but man, it smells good. It's making me real hungry," replied another. It didn't take long for a crowd to form on the street in front of the orphanage. Many peered in through the gate, their eyes tainted with a hungry jealousy. "You know what, this might actually be a pretty decent opportunity. Hey Nell, you mind taking over for a bit?" "Huh? Sure." I left serving everything up to the hero and headed out towards the crowd. "Are you assholes hungry?" I took up an imposing stance by crossing my arms as I posed the question. "Why yeah." Though they started off regarding me suspiciously, a few of the crowd's members soon came to realize my intent. "Do you miss the taste of meat?" "Hell yeah." The second response came swiftly, and carried much more energy than the first. The crowd was getting fired up. "Then meat you'll get," I said. "But only if you lend me a hand." I opened up my item box and poured a bunch of monster corpses out onto the street. The crowd faltered in response to the sudden introduction of a copious amount of food. The meat in my inventory could be split into two distinct categories: meat that had been butchered, and meat that still happened to be in the shape of a monster. I had planned to give all the meat that was ready to be turned into food to the orphanage. While that would have left me with plenty to sate my appetite, the stuff it left me with would have been much more inconvenient to use. I decided to bear with it, however, for the orphanage's sake, or at least I would have had I not found a sudden, convenient source of cheap labor. "Might as well use what you got, right? There's no more stew, so you ain't getting any of the stuff you're smelling," I said. "But there is still plenty of meat to go around, or at least there would be if it was actually ready to go. As I'm sure you can see, it's a bit underprepared, and you know what that means. If you want to eat, you gotta work." A few members of the crowd stepped forward. "That's something I can handle. No sweat. Shop's closed right now, but I run a butchery. I got no problem doing some of the work I normally handle every day," said a member of the crowd. "Count me in too. I may not look like it, but I used to be an adventurer, and I was fairly proficient when it came to chopping up monsters for their parts. added another. "You can leave all the cooking to me. I cook for a nearby restaurant," said a third. "I'll bring us some plates. I've got some big enough to use for this kind of stuff back home," said a fourth. The unorganized mass soon formed into strike teams and got to work. "Good," I smirked. "Now listen up. The only people that get to eat are those that contribute, and no touching the food until you're done your part. Don't worry about there being too little, 'cause once you're done, I'll shove so much down your throat that you'll be begging for me to stop." I continued to act all cocky as I voiced one last bit of encouragement. To be fair, I had every right to be as full of myself as I wanted. I was the one supplying the food. After all, this whole event was literally impossible without me. Mwahahaha, I cackled internally. "Work, ignorant plebeians. Work and provide me all the cheap labor I could ever want." The crowd in front of the orphanage caused others to raise questions and flock to it. I increased the amount of monster meat available in response to the change in the size of the crowd, therefore increasing the amount of work to be completed. That, in turn, generated more noise, which caused people to notice the crowd. It was a vicious cycle, one that kept feeding into itself over and over. It didn't take long for the street the orphanage sat on to transform into what was basically the venue for an impromptu festival. Chapter 94, The Orphanage, Part 3. The sizzling of fat dripping onto an open flame filled my ears and the delicious scent of roasted meat wafted through my surroundings. Laughter filled the air as the crowd passed around a bunch of booze. The alcohol was a recent addition that someone had brought along just for the occasion. There was even a bard present, and he had started singing one of the songs he'd claimed was his best. His performance caused the people around him to clap and cheer with glee. Although not all of the children had finished eating, those that had been satiated were running around and happily playing a game of tag. Likewise, I was also enjoying myself. I went back and forth between the drunks and the kids. I'd eat with the former group and play with the latter. The only one that seemed even the slightest bit troubled by the current situation was the hero. I couldn't really tell exactly whose fault it was, but it was definitely either mine or the kids, as she was diligently trying her best to watch over them all to make sure they didn't get hurt. Carlotta and the director were sitting a bit off to the side. The first of the two was watching Nell with a wry smile, while the latter was regarding the entire situation with a full-faced open expression of happiness. Her orphanage had become a symbol of felicity. The atmosphere around it was so full of joy that it almost made it seem like the capital wasn't in such dire straits after all. Observing the situation reminded me that humans could only truly be open, social, and happy if their most basic needs were satisfied. Food was a must. All living things needed it to live. Those that hadn't any of it would have to fight amongst themselves for scraps or challenge those that did, lest they wanted to risk leaving the mortal plane, and that was why the capital's citizens had been keeping to themselves. It's pretty hard to have a big heart on an empty stomach, after all. Tag, you're it, Mr. Mask. A nearby kid tapped me on the back. He quickly ran off as quickly as he'd come. "Oh no." "Well, then I guess I better catch someone," I said. I quickly approached the hero and plopped a hand down on her shoulder. "Well Nell, that's a tag. You're it." "Huh? Wait, I'm playing too?" "Alright everyone, make sure you run away from Nell unless you want her to catch you." The children screamed joyfully and scattered throughout the orphanage's yard. Although she kept her troubled smile on at first, the hero eventually relaxed and started to warm up to the idea. "Come back here so I can catch you." Soon, she too was amongst the ranks of those frolicking about in the yard. That, unfortunately, was when our little luncheon-turned-party was interrupted. A group of 4 soldiers had appeared at one end of the impromptu venue and began pushing their way through the crowd. "What's going on here?" the man who appeared to be the group's leader shouted. "Weren't you told that all your extra food was supposed to go to the country?" All the noise the crowd was making died down immediately, as if it had never existed to begin with. The mood took an instant turn for the worse. Everyone was possessed by a sudden wave of gloom. Their despondency was laced with anger, as most of the people in the crowd had their eyes narrowed into hateful glares. Despite the fact that they had countless sets of angry eyes on them, The soldiers didn't seem to mind. They simply ignored them and continued heading straight towards the center of all the commotion, the orphanage. Goddamn, they give no fucks, you know. I'm almost impressed. You gotta have balls to be that bold. Like shit. Talk about mental fortitude. I can't believe this. How could all of you do this? We're fighting so hard for this country's sake, your sake, yet you guys don't share all this good food with us. The soldier frowned and tried to look as pitiful as he could. Unfortunately for him, he was a terrible actor, and there wasn't a soul in the crowd willing to sympathize with him to begin with. Everyone present wore their hatred on their sleeves. Well, which one of you is the rebel that decided to hide all this food from the crown? I put my foot forward to confront the man, but Carlotta stepped out in front of me before I could announce my presence. Rebel? That's quite the accusation. This is prey that I hunted myself. I'm free to do whatever I want with it, aren't I? I gave her a dubious stare, to which she responded with a quick glance before turning back towards the soldiers. I could tell that she was telling me to just leave things to her. Unlike Carlotta, who looked calm and relaxed, the hero was on guard. Her expression was grim, and she had naturally taken a stance that would allow her to draw her weapon at any given moment. Of course not, scoffed the soldier. Alshire, our glorious capital city, is in the midst of a food crisis. A food crisis. It's something that we, its people, all need to join hands to overcome. We're all in this together. We can't just have people like you gorging themselves while everyone else suffers. We're all in this together, are we? Carlotta raised an eyebrow. Then why haven't I seen any evidence of the military distributing food to the people? Don't ask me. I'm just a soldier. There's no way I would know anything about rationing out food. All I can tell you is that we've received an order from the crown, and that the order is to confiscate any extra food so we can turn it into supplies, said the soldier with an obnoxious grin. So we'll be taking everything here. I'm sure you've all already had your fill. The crowd immediately began to jeer. Shouts of "You've gotta be kidding me," and "Screw you assholes, you don't give two shits about us," resounded throughout, but it didn't last for long. The soldier in charge shut everyone up with a nasty glare. Still not satisfied. "Well, how about this?" He looked Carlotta up and down with a vulgar gaze, licked his lips, and continued. "You may be dressed like a knight, but with a body like that, you'd be more suited to being a whore. How about this? We'll be nice. We'll let you come with us and even have a bit more food, if you let us share you with everyone we feed, that is." The leader broke into a hearty laugh, one his minions promptly joined in on. "Oh great, now they're not even trying to hide the fact that they're total scum." The knight momentarily narrowed her eyebrows into a death stare, but quickly shook off their provocation. She remained relaxed with her arms folded in front of her chest, likely because she knew that they were just trying to bait her, and that taking action would only make things worse. Man, the hell is wrong with these people? Aren't they supposed to be soldiers, you know, people responsible for protecting the country? All I see is a group of thugs. Wait. Right, I totally forgot. The church is under surveillance. Its every move is being monitored. That probably means that this whole thing is just a ruse. They must have sent these obnoxious, poorly disciplined morons our way in response to the whole banquet thing we had going. This is probably just their way of instigating an incident. They sent these aggravating douchebags our way for that exact reason. They want us to kill them so they can use it to fuel some sort of political move. If that's the case, then there's probably someone watching over the whole scenario, someone responsible for reporting back to HQ. I promptly checked the map for anyone that happened to match my criteria. Bingo, there's a guy in one of those back alleys over there. He's acting all sneaky-like, but he's definitely staring right at us. I had figured out the enemy's trap, as well as a solution. I was free to eliminate the thugs so long as I first dispatched the observer. There was no reason not to do exactly that. My decision was made, and I was about to act upon it. But then, it happened. One of the soldiers accidentally bumped into a little girl whilst laughing at his boss joke. "Nooh, my stew." The sudden force caused her to drop her bowl, whose contents were promptly spilled all over the man and his armor. TSK. The man clicked his tongue. "Goddamn you, You stupid brat. It was all his fault. He was the one that bumped into her, but he didn't care. The sorry excuse for a soldier did the unthinkable. He drew his blade, raised it overhead, and moved to slay the child whose meal he had ruined. The fuck? My eyes widened. Are you fucking serious? Are these retards seriously taking this shit this far? Panic coursed through me. I poured an excess of force into my legs and used it to kick off the ground. I flew through the air with such force that it had almost looked like I had pulled an instant transmission. I appeared in front of the soldier out of nowhere and smashed my fist into the flat of his blade. There was an audible crack. The sword snapped where I'd hit it, and the tip, which would have taken the girl's life had I been any slower to react, rolled onto the ground. Huh? My weapon. My reflexes kicked in before I could process another thought. I twisted my hips and delivered a powerful roundhouse kick. My foot drove itself deep into the soldier's neck and sent him flying into an area where no one was standing. He promptly collapsed, crumpling into a despondent, crippled heap. Aw crap. I totally just fucked up, didn't I? God damn it, Yuki. Think before you hit. You've done it now, you little shit. Dumbfuck number 2 drew his sword and attempted to attack. I had no choice but to do something about it, so I shifted my body slightly and spun around him while delivering yet another spinning kick. It landed in the back of the soldier's head, instantly incapacitating him. I glanced to the side and noticed retard number 3, who had moved to attack my exposed rear. I took a stance to inform him that I had accepted his challenge, but he was suddenly blown away before I even had a chance to act. In his place stood Carlotta, who had taken a pose like someone that had just thrown a punch. HMPH, she snorted as she shook off the blood that had gotten onto the back of her arm guard. A blade is too good for the likes of you, you bastards. How dare you? You'll pay for it. The leader attempted to draw his blade as he yelled, but Nell's scabbard came in from his blind spot and struck him in the back of the neck before he could so much as finish his rant. The attack rattled the scumbag's brain and knocked him out cold. He fell to his knees, before collapsing into a heap on the ground. Geez, she sighed. Why does everyone have to be so quick to resort to violence? Seeing all 4 soldiers defeated caused the crowd to break into a deafening roar. They cheered with such vigor that the very air seemed to tremble in response. I wanted to join them and loose a shout as I took a victory pose, but now wasn't the time. Sorry, but I'm going to have to ask you guys to take care of things over here. Make sure you give the girl they attacked an extra bowl of stew. Huh? Wait, where are you going? The hero asked. They had a 5th on standby just watching over the situation, but he just took right the hell off. Go take care of him before this whole situation spirals out of control. The observer head wall jumped onto the roof of a nearby building and then started hopping from rooftop to rooftop in order to make his way back to what I assumed would be some sort of superior. Wait a second, the hell is up with his moves? Is he supposed to be some sort of ninja or something? I figured I had explained enough, so I kicked off in the wannabe ninja's direction without another word. Chapter 95, A Change of Plans, and there he goes. He sure was quite the entertainer, said Carlotta. She continued staring in the direction the masked man had dashed off in as she spoke to the girl beside her. I'm not quite sure what else I could have expected from a man that pretended to be a member of your party just so that we would let him aid us. Huh? Wait, you could tell? Of course, chuckled Carlotta. It was fairly obvious. The commander of the Faldian Holy Knights had an accurate grasp of the hero's personality. She knew that Nell wasn't the type of girl to rely on the help of others. She was more likely to shoulder all her problems on her own than she was to recruit a party member. Despite that, she had returned with one that claimed to be something along the lines of an attendant. Carlotta had her suspicions from the start, but now, she felt that she understood everything. She tore her eyes away from his afterimage and momentarily directed them towards the place where the masked man had stood before initiating combat. His location was marked with an imprint in the shape of the man's shoe. As a knight well versed in the art of combat, she knew that such a footprint was something that only showed up as a result of the incredible amount of force the man had exerted when he had launched himself off the ground. Of course, She had already known from the start that he would be a powerful asset, but only now had she truly caught a glimpse of exactly what that meant. The probing that she had done yesterday informed her of only a few things. The first was his race. The second was that he bore no ill will. The final bit of information told her about his equipment. In other words, none of it had pertained to his strength. She had no idea exactly how good a fighter he was, only that he was skilled enough to detect that he was being inspected. The truth of the matter was that the bit on his race was incorrect, but Carlotta had no way of knowing that, and the fact that she didn't ultimately serve to benefit both the church and the demon lord. All Carlotta deduced from observing the few moments he had spent in battle was that he was at least as proficient as the hero herself. If he was an adventurer, then he would likely have been one of the few monsters to exceed the realm of the adamantine and enter that of the orichalcum. And that, as far her deductions were concerned, was likely why he bore the mask he did. It was to protect him, to hide his identity and therefore ensure that his participation in the capital liberation had no effect on his everyday life. He knew he was powerful. He knew that many different factions would vie for his aid and most likely destroy the peaceful days he enjoyed should he be exposed. She understood. He had only come because he absolutely had to, because he realized that the country was in peril, because he knew that it had come time to act for the betterment of those that needed his aid. Though he had lied to her, though he refused to tell her who he truly was, Carlotta knew that he was no villain, and it was not just because she trusted Nell, who had vouched for him. She had watched the manner in which he interacted with the children. Under normal circumstances, the knight would have tried to recruit him given both his immense power and his benevolence. She would have informed him that the church would welcome him with open arms, but this time, she chose to decline, a choice she had made out of respect for his obvious desire for freedom. The knight's thoughts went unconfirmed. In truth, they were but a misunderstanding, but either way, she had ultimately ended up developing a deep respect for the demon lord whose name she had yet to uncover. Just to be clear, said Nell, I didn't lie because I wanted to harm the church. I understand, replied her boss. I can guess what happened. The man that you brought us is one with a noble heart. He must have insisted that he wanted to resolve the capital's dilemma, and he must have taken up a mask because he did not want to expose himself to a life filled with political drama. Noble heart. Well, yeah, sure, let's go with that. Nell was confused, but she ended up recovering just enough to provide Carlotta a response that didn't affirm or deny her thoughts. I won't ask any more about his background, declared Carlotta. Besides, there's something more important we ought to focus on right now. The knight glanced at her surroundings before shouting a pair of names. Phi, Gui. We are here to serve. A pair of women almost seemed to emerge from the shadows next to her. Neither's face was visible. They were both hidden from view. The two were Carlotta's guards. Of course, someone as powerful as herself didn't actually need guards. In fact, the commander of the Faldian Order had insisted that she would be fine without them. Her superiors, however, vetoed her decision. She was one of the most important paladins. She held a position not far from the organization's apex. There was no way her superiors could allow her to venture out alone. She wasn't happy with their decision, but this time around, she was grateful. The guard's presence had proved useful. The guy with the mask sure was amazing, said the first guard. His attacks were so fast I couldn't follow them. HMPH. Snorted the second. He is nothing but a piece of trash that sticks to Lady Nell and speaks to Lady Carlotta in an unacceptably rude manner. I've wanted to stab him in the back on multiple occasions already. That's enough banter for now. Carlotta immediately began issuing orders the moment the two spilled their grievances. There's been a change of plans. Begin the operation immediately. Send the signal and tell all units standing by to act. Are you sure that's a good idea, ma'am? We've got no choice. We've caused too much of a commotion. Waiting until nightfall will do nothing but rob us of the initiative. Carry out your orders immediately. Have the distraction do its job, and then move on the castle at once. We're racing against the clock. Yes, ma'am. The two stealthy subordinates left the scene immediately. Now, I suppose I should play my part as well, Carlotta muttered under her breath before moving to stand in front of the crowd, which was still cheering in response to the soldiers' defeat. Listen well, citizens. I am Carlotta de Maya, a paladin affiliated with the Order of the Faldian Holy Knights. Her dignified voice caused those around her to immediately quiet down and pay attention. Look around you. Witness the state of our proud capital city and see how we have fallen from grace. The example she pointed towards was the soldiers. The public's opinion on them was obvious. Not a single soul had bothered waking them or assisting them in any which way. They'd been left where they fell. The current administration is doing nothing but unfairly oppressing us with a tyrannical iron fist. But time is on its side. The administration will gain the power it needs to tighten its grip on the throne. I am sure you can easily predict how the future will remain should they not be removed from power. Disturbed, fearful murmurs spread through the crowd. But worry not, do not lose hope, for we, the Church, shall not allow it to happen. We shall soon reclaim our futures through our own actions. We shall serve to guide ourselves to prosperity. Carlotta paused, which prompted the crowd to break into a cheer. Not a single voice questioned any of her statements or assumptions. It was a result brought about in part because the crowd had already been worked up to begin with, and in part because of Carlotta's outstanding charisma. Listen well. We, the Church, shall now initiate a battle, a conflict that is necessary to restore our lives to their rightful states. I beseech all of you whose hearts are filled with courage, take up arms and fight against the injustice that oppresses you. God's will is with us. Victory is ours for the taking. Again, the crowd burst into an excited cheer, its excitement at an all-time high. The men and women within it raised their fists to the sky as they rallied themselves to fight for a better tomorrow. Chapter 96. To the castle. I followed the observer as he leapt from roof to roof. He was moving like a character straight out of an action movie, but for some odd reason, the way he hopped reminded me of a rabbit. Indignant, angry thoughts coursed through me as I followed him. Chasing him was a royal pain. I was going to catch him, and when I did, I was going to make him pay. A random thought hit me as I moved. You know, this might just be the chance I've been waiting for. I had been able to detach myself from the hero and the order she was affiliated with in a manner that didn't scream suspicious. I likely would have been stuck as a part of one of the Church's squads had I stuck around with them any longer, and that would have been bad. I would have lost the opportunity to act on my own. As such, I had been thinking about how I would eventually part from them. But now, I didn't have to. Bunny Boy, the ninja wonder, was heading straight towards the royal castle. Following him would ultimately allow me to enter the enemy stronghold. The path he took would quite literally lead me right where I needed to be. I had realized along the way that our little incident had stirred up far too much of a commotion. The prince and his allies would soon realize that the Church was out to dethrone him. It was only a matter of time, and catching the observer wouldn't buy much of it. It's not like I can get any intel out of him either. He's just another agent. I doubt he'll know much of anything at all. My best course of action was to continue shadowing him, and as such, I stopped thinking about the many ways I could beat him senseless and continued to simply tail him from a distance, with my stealth skill active the whole way. Of course, the act of chasing him on its own was repetitive. I kicked off a roof, fluttered through the air, stuck a landing, and repeated. I had found it rather difficult at first. I kept tripping all over myself and almost plummeting to the ground. It took a while, but I did get the hang of it eventually. I had thought about deploying my wings instead. I hadn't been all that interested in mastering Parker, but alas, I chose to. I hadn't wanted to run the risk of being seen with them. No matter how low the risk may be, there was still a chance of someone spotting me even without my wings, of course, but realizing that I was present would be all the act would amount to. Being spotted with my wings out, on the other hand, would basically waste all the effort I'd spent pretending to be human in the first place, and I wasn't about to chuck my sunk costs out the window for no real reason. Wait, are demon lords actually demons, or are they technically two different things? My race kinda changed when I evolved, and I don't really think you actually need to be a demon to lord over them, right? Just what is a demon lord anyway? Most of the races were fairly well defined. Humans were human. Beastkin had animalistic features. Demi-humans such as dwarves and elves were defined as creatures that were human-like in nature. Demons, however, weren't nearly as well defined. They were quite literally thought of as everything else, anything even remotely humanoid that wasn't a human, demi-human, or beastkin was a demon. If we go by that definition, then I guess I technically am a demon. The issue with the aforementioned definitions was that they were fairly ambiguous. Specifically, there was no clear line between a demi-human and a demon. Demi-humans were thought of as demi-humans simply because the humans had widely accepted them as such, a fact that had seemingly resulted from the fact that they were slightly more human-like in nature. Demons, on the other hand, apparently followed the general trend of being slightly more hot-blooded and combat-oriented. But again, the terms were vague and purely up to one's subjective judgment. Despite starting off as an archdemon myself, I didn't know all that much about demons. One of the few things I'd heard about them was that they lacked unity, which made sense given how they were defined. There were too many different groups shoved under the umbrella of the demonic. It only made sense for them to be disparate in nature. The one similarity the demon tribes shared, according to Lephi, was that they were pretty much all muscle brains. When most people thought of demons, they thought of members of the fiend or wing-bearer races. As such, these two races and others like them came to be known as exemplary examples of what it meant to be a demon. There was only one problem: both fiends and wing-bearers advocated that might made right. Both tribes believed that it was the strong that should rule, and because they were considered prime examples, many other tribes started to follow their lead. It didn't take long for the vast majority of demons to become bona fide meatheads. That said, there was obviously no way that every single member of every single demonic race was focused entirely on becoming more powerful. There were non-combatants amongst them. Case in point, Layla, our resident demon girl, was more or less the exact opposite of a muscle brain, though she's a bit of a weirdo, so it might actually just be her. Oh yeah. Speaking of Layla, the sheep-horned demon had told me a fair amount about the current state of the world. According to her, demonkind's current leaders no longer believed that they would be able to defeat the humans alone. They had recently put the differences between themselves, the beastkin, and the demi-humans aside and started collaborating in an effort to surmount the human threat as a joint force. Moreover, there had been an effort to gather up the more intelligent demons in order to create a better roadmap for the future. That last bit alone already gave way to the fact that there were in fact differences between races and the members thereof. I wonder what a country run by demons is like. I should probably pay it a visit sometime. I continued to chase the man while contemplating thought after thought. A bit of time passed, and we eventually reached the capital city's centerpiece, the castle that I'd been gazing upon from afar ever since I first initiated this wild goose chase. It was a splendid structure, made of pure white stone. It was polished, gaudy, and basically everything you'd expect from a neat little castle. But that was all it amounted to. Hey, mine's way better. I sat relishing in a sense of superiority. But not for long. Bunny Boy had finally stopped bouncing from roof to roof. He had reached his destination. After leaping off a building and falling back to the ground, he looped around the castle and entered not through its front gate, but rather, a rear entrance that was situated along one of its outer ramparts. The single soldier standing guard prompted him for his ID, which he pulled from within his hooded cloak. He then began moving again, and this time, headed towards a door leading inside the castle. I continued tailing him. I carefully leapt over the wall while making sure to make as little noise as possible before moving towards the door. To be frank, I was a little tense, so I took a deep breath to calm my nerves, and reached for the doorknob, only to find that it didn't turn. There was a bit of a rattling sound, but that was it. The doorknob didn't budge, and the door didn't open. It was locked. Shit, I should have seen this coming. Of course people lock doors behind them. Why wouldn't they? And though my actions should have alerted the man and informed him something was wrong, it turned out that I was lucky. Who's there? Because, although he had appeared suspicious, the man simply opened the door and stuck his head out its entrance. He seemed to think that I was the guard, and that I had business with him, But he was wrong. The first thing I did as I saw his face was twist my body and deliver the day's third roundhouse kick. He groaned a bit as his head was smashed against the wall before collapsing onto the door and widening the opening. But that was it. He didn't manage to react quickly enough to make any noise. I immediately slipped into the doorway, confirmed that there wasn't anyone else around, dragged the unconscious peeping Tom inside, and shut the door. Holy shit, I heaved a sigh of relief. That was close. I tried to make my break-in as stealthy as I could. I tried not to make any noise, and I tried not to get spotted. The idea was to be as stealthy as a snake in the grass, to keep things as easy as possible by preventing my foes from sounding the alarm. The less they suspected, the less on guard they would be, and the less on guard they were, the easier it would be for me to take control of the situation. But evidently, I didn't quite have all the skills I needed to pull it off. I didn't even realize that I should have checked to see if the door was locked. I was an amateur attempting something that one should never try at home, something meant only for highly trained professionals, and unlike a certain snaky dude with a beard, I wasn't a member of the Special Forces, and I couldn't just become him. Things just weren't going to be that easy. Speaking of good old Snake and Stash, he's boss as fuck. He can go undetected standing in plain sight, and the Genome soldiers almost never see him even when he's right next to them. I now understood that completing a mission without ever being revealed was difficult, and that he could only ever do it because he was special. Amateurs like me were sure to be caught in a matter of minutes. Yeah, that's right. This isn't an excuse at all. He's just totes up. Probably had a ridiculously high-level stealth skill or something. Alright. What next? I raised a hand to my chin as I considered my options. I had already completed all my initial objectives just by successfully making it into the building. Though I did have some overarching goals, I hadn't bothered formulating a detailed plan on my way here. Such is the spirit of laissez-faire. While I would have loved to continue without a plan, I knew that it wasn't a good idea. So I reviewed my objectives. The first was to murder the fuck out of Prince Douchebag. The second was to restore the old king to his rightful place on the throne. With my objectives and the things the knights had mentioned yesterday in mind, I realized that saving the king was probably the more important of the two. I wanted a bit of one-on-one time, and I needed to make sure that I got to him before he was killed. The moment he died would be the moment the prince's faction gained legitimacy, spelling an end to the whole operation. Wait, why haven't they killed him anyway? If I was rooting for the prince, then snuffing out the old geezer the throne used to belong to would probably be the first thing on my list. He is basically the opposing faction's leader. His rescue would put me and my brothers in some deep shit. So why haven't they just done it? Are they planning to execute him in public for the sake of propaganda or something? I caught myself considering something inconsequential, so I shrugged it off and focused on my objective. I needed to save the king, urgently. I think they said they had him locked up underground. Now, if I was making a castle, where would I put my underground dungeon? I scanned my surroundings as I muttered, only to realize that I was in a passageway. There was nothing in front of me but a single door. I didn't have the liberty to interrogate the guy I knocked out. He had the whole douchey spy aesthetic going for him. It was obvious that he was tight-lipped. He wasn't going to crack so easily. I didn't exactly have all that much knowledge of torture. There was a pretty good chance I'd accidentally kill him if I tried, and because I wasn't all that keen on gore, I was more likely to damage myself than extract any meaningful information. There wasn't much of a choice for me to do anything but proceed as is. I would stay stealthed and wander around the castle in order to fill the map. Guess I'll set up a few evil eyes while I'm at it. As they were quite expensive, I only had a few that could operate outside the dungeon's bounds, but at least it's better than nothing. My next course of action in mind, I walked across the hall and reached for yet another doorknob. TL Note 1, Metal Gear references, a dime a dozen. Chapter 97, an exploration of the castle's interior. The door I reached towards creaked as it opened. Unlike the last door, It wasn't locked, but it was guarded. Huh? What was the... One of the soldiers stationed on the other side narrowed his eyes and stared at the room's entrance. His suspicions were roused. Doors didn't just open by themselves after all. He closed in and began to inspect his surroundings. So I used my hand to chop him in the back of the neck and knocked him out cold. The hell? His partner looked at him wide-eyed, and like the first soldier, the second also began to approach while bearing an air of suspicion. Are you Alri? I knew that the guard would soon collapse, so I presented him a get-well gift in the form of a kick to the face. Lo and behold, the prophecy came true and guard number 2 collapsed in the exact same way as guard number 1. His armor clattered as it hit the floor, but fortunately, the noise went unnoticed. No more guards came to check the situation out, and none sounded the alarm either. And no witnesses. You see, this is what we call perfect stealth. The technique I was applying was clearly one I had inherited from an ancient clan of martial artists specialized in espionage. I dubbed it active stealth. It was impossible for me to be detected if there wasn't anyone to detect me. After all, 1, 2 and, poof, Yuki has learned active stealth. 1 would normally suspect that a skill like stealth would allow me to just skip the step known as taking out my enemies, and anyone that held a suspicion would be correct if the skill was perfect. Alas, it wasn't. Moving around, for one, obviously led to a decrease in my ability to remain unseen. But it wasn't the only way for me to be detected. Stealth didn't work as well on those that stared at an area for a long time while bearing suspicion, nor did it work all that well on those that could sense disruptions in the flow of mana. While increasing the skill's level did also increase its efficacy, no number of levels would allow it to render me undetectable. Anyone as powerful as Lefi would be able to see me right away even if I had it maxed. Soldier number 1 had fulfilled the condition related to suspicion. He likely would have seen through the skill had I just let him be, hence why I had eliminated him. And so, time passed. I continued moving through the castle while using my active stealth techniques in order to sneak past any soldiers I couldn't otherwise avoid. My evil eyes looked around the place while I wandered around, so it didn't actually take all that long for me to get the map nice and fleshed out. The castle's insides were basically scantily exposed before me, but I couldn't quite seem to find the one thing I was looking for. The castle's dungeon was nowhere to be found. Such was simply how things were. My map was an extremely useful tool, but like all tools, it had its limitations. It would only show that of which I had seen. I couldn't see anything on the other side of a door I had yet to open. Enemies in areas of the map that were still dark remained undetected, and hidden passageways simply didn't show up. I had to identify the secret door or whatever with my own 2 eyes if I wanted the map to show it. I suspected that I would most likely eventually gain the game-like ability to automatically generate the map of an area I entered without having to look upon it. But that was something that would have to wait until the dungeon gained a few more levels. It very well could happen in the future, but that's the future. No point in thinking about what may or may not even happen. The castle seemed to have been built under the assumption that it would one day be subject to an enemy attack. Its interior was convoluted and a lot more difficult to navigate than it otherwise could have been. Moreover, it also seemed to bear some sort of enchantment. I would always end up right back where I started whenever I took my eyes off the map and just allowed myself to wander. One of the dungeon's resident wraith girls, Lo, was capable of more or less doing the same thing, which means that it's probably some sort of mind magic. Isn't his like ridiculously inconvenient? How the hell are you actually supposed to work, let alone live here? Wait a second, what if they've got items that make them immune to the spell's effects? That actually doesn't seem all that far-fetched, seeing as how this is the king's castle and whatnot. Dude literally rules an entire country. I'm sure he's got the resources he needs to do it. I visited the nearest corpse and started to analyze its belongings. While I had called it a corpse, the soldier wasn't actually dead. None of them were. I hadn't bothered killing anyone just yet. Bingo. I found the item I was looking for after rummaging through one of the soldier's inner pockets. It was a thin, flat card, one with both the soldier's name and rank carved into it. Analyzing it revealed that it was an enchanted item called a Mark of Authorization. Anyone that held it would be immune to the effects of spells affecting one's ability to navigate a pre-specified area. It was a rather high-quality item as far as mass-produced goods went. Analyze had given it a B. I had to admit, the item was quite well designed. The pseudo-dog tag functioned as both a piece of ID and a tool that allowed the soldier to move around the castle. Welp, this is mine now, I guess. Thanks bro. Having taken what I needed, I stopped looting the corpse and stood up, and then, it happened. There was a click. One of the maids had opened a door and entered the room. The first thing she did was look right at me. There was a moment of silence, and then, my head was filled with noise. A song had begun playing, a piece of BGM that indicated that two trainers' eyes had met. Only then did I realize the problem. My stealth skill had worn off while I was looting the soldier's corpse, and I had forgotten to recast it. 2. The maid broke eye contact. She slowly looked down and saw the soldier collapsed at my feet. The servant then slowly looked back up while taking a deep breath. She was about to scream. Wait, hold on. I ran up to her and placed a hand on her face, sealing her mouth shut before she could make a noise. All right, listen, just calm down. Don't make a big deal out of this, and nothing will happen. We clear? Her face paled. The maid had interpreted my words as a threat to her life, so she nodded in compliance. I waited a bit for her to calm down, then slowly removed my hand from her lips. Is he dead? She spoke in a soft, quivering voice with her gaze still on the soldier. Nah, he's out cold, but he's fine, I said. See how he's still breathing? The truth of the matter was that I had hit the guard a little bit too hard. So hard, in fact, that he looked more dead than alive. It wasn't something that a mere glance or two would tell you. The maid, however, seemed convinced. Her shoulders, which had tensed up the moment she saw me, finally slackened. This castle might just turn into something along the lines of a battlefield, so you might want to grab all your maid friends and get the hell out of here while you still can. Does that mean you're here to save His Majesty and his venerable daughter? The maid's eyes filled with hope. His what? Yeah, sure. I managed to catch myself before I slipped up too badly, and responded to the maid with a nod. The king's got a daughter, and they've got her in custody too? The fuck? Please, please save them. The maid took my hands in hers and looked at me with an earnest, serious gaze. Alright, sure. The dungeon is just out the door, said the maid. I wish you fortune and pray that God shall grant you his protection and bless you with victory. The combination of the maid's instructions and the item I had looted off the soldier allowed me to find the dungeon with ease. Speaking of the item, holding it made me feel a sort of strange sensation. It was almost like my field of view had suddenly expanded, which meant that the spell was likely one that impeded the brain's ability to process one's surroundings. In the long run, however, the item proved more consequential than not. The reason I couldn't find the dungeon wasn't because the spell was messing with my mind. It was because the dungeon had never been inside the castle to begin with. The entrance was situated outside. No amount of searching would have led me to it because I had been looking in the wrong place. There were two soldiers standing by its entrance, so I stealthed them away. My execution was on point. I had completed the perfect assassination, save for the fact that I hadn't actually killed either of them. I opened the map and checked up on the maid before I entered. Thankfully, she had heeded my advice. Instead of reporting me to her superiors, she and her co-workers had already evacuated. After glancing at the soldiers one last time and confirming that they were indeed unconscious, I began to push on the dungeon's entrance. The rusted door creaked as it opened, revealing a set of stone stairs that led underground. The air was nice and chilly, as one would expect, but the sour scent that filled it ruined it. I couldn't help but scrounge up my nose in discomfort. I made my way down while ensuring that my footsteps remained as silent as possible. Soon, I began hearing things. There were two types of noises. The first was a dull striking sound, one that repeated over and over. The second was a stifled scream, and it would always follow immediately after each dull thwack. And as I got even closer, I started to make out voices. Please. Stop. Hey, sorry little lady, But I can't. Your dear father, the king, is being a tad bit too stubborn. You see, if you've really gotta blame someone, then it'll have to be him and his tight lips. Now take this. The first thing I saw upon finally reaching the bottom step was a man beating a half-naked little girl with his fists. His breathing was ragged, and a single glance at the lower half of his body was enough to inform me that he was getting off, that he was enjoying himself. Cease that immediately, you knave. Another man lay in the cell across from the one the perverted scumbag was currently occupying. He was a rather well-aged individual, and he even had a cane to assist him in walking around. Dirt was smeared all over his clothes. They were tattered, but I could tell that they had started off as something of a more expensive make. The scene before him had him enraged. He glared at the pervert with a hate-fueled fury as he clenched his gums hard enough for them to seep blood. All the excitement I had felt immediately melted away. In a single instant, my mood had plummeted to rock bottom. Seeing the horny gorilla had filled my mind with but a single thought. I'm going to fucking kill that son of a bitch. I set into motion without any further delay. I crept up behind the perverted sadist, drew the dagger I had hidden away in one of my pockets, and struck him from behind. My strike was true. It went straight through his back and pierced his heart. Go live out your fantasies in hell, pervert. I twisted the blade, sealing his fate as I pulled it from his back. Only then did his monkey brain finally process what had happened. The ecstasy on his face was replaced with horror as his blood violently gushed up his throat and spilled from his lips. With no more strength in his legs, he collapsed. He was dead. I didn't bother checking his pulse. Instead, I just kicked him out of the way and approached the little girl, who had curled herself into a ball in order to protect herself from harm. I immediately opened my inventory, reached into the spatial distortion it created, and procured a high-grade potion. Carefully, I poured its contents over the countless injuries that had been inflicted upon her. God fucking damn it, I swear, if I run into one more piece of fucking trash. Are you a hero? While the girl had recoiled with fear at first, she soon realized that I didn't intend to hurt her. Her frightened gaze transformed into one of trust, one that thought of me as a source of salvation. Yeah, I hesitated but ultimately chose not to deny her. Everything will be okay now. No one's going to hurt you anymore. I pat the girl on the head as I spoke. Her expression changed again, this time transforming into one of heartfelt relief. And then, unable to endure any longer, she passed out. Who are you? The man in the cell across from the girls asked in a bewildered tone. While he seemed relieved that I had saved the girl that was most likely his daughter, he wasn't totally relaxed. He clearly wanted a better grasp on the situation. I took a blanket out from my inventory, put it on top of the half-naked little girl and heaved a sigh before finally turning towards the man in the other cell. What's up, King? I grinned from underneath my mask as I started to speak to the country's ruler. TL notes: 1. Pokemon reference. 2. Also Pokemon. Chapter 98. In the dungeon, analyzing the man had confirmed that he was indeed the king I was looking for. Of course, I hadn't the need to. His identity was fairly obvious given the circumstances, but I had done so just for confirmation. Who am I? I glanced at the girl and confirmed that she was still asleep before making my next move. Well, I suppose this might help you understand. I materialized my wings and showed them to the king in order to express my identity. So you are a demon? I see. So you plan to use the chaos wrought by this situation to slay me? The king smiled in a self-deprecating manner. I am afraid that all your effort has gone to waste. Nothing will come of my death. I know there's no point in killing you. I wasn't really planning on it in the first place. Hell, if I wanted to kill you, I would have already done it, I said. I'm actually here to do the opposite. I'm here to save you, so you better be grateful. You hear? A demon wishes to save me? Well, I am certainly a demon, yeah, but I'm not here on anyone's orders. I'd probably be the guy giving orders instead. I'm not just a demon, King. I'm a demon lord. A demon lord that happens to live in the Wicked Forest. I see. So you are the one responsible for the Alfiro incident. The man's eyes sharpened and his eyes began to glint. His expression revealed that, though he was all banged up, he was still a king a man of a high enough caliber to stand at the top of a country. But that only confuses me all the more. If that were truly you, then why would you be here, of all places? My response was to shrug in an exaggerated manner. Hey, don't make it sound like I'm here cause I wanna be, I said. You see, the problem is that there's been an influx of dumb humans trespassing on my property lately. I managed to find out that the ringleader responsible for it all is this country's prince, so I happened to decide to pay him a visit and put the poor retarded thing down. So you know, I show up and find out that the whole thing's gone to shit. That does seem rather unfortunate. The king chuckled in amusement before quickly turning somber. So that idiotic excuse of a son of mine truly did attempt to lay claim to the wicked forest. Yeah, he did. Come on man, you've really gotta start keeping a better eye on your kids. Anyway, long story short, I'd prefer if Prince Douchebag kept his grubby little hands off this country's throne. Dealing with all the soldiers he'll send my way is gonna be one hell of a chore, I said. So here's the deal. I'll help you out of here if you agree to rein in the idiots that want to invade my lands. So that was your purpose. I now understand why you have appeared before me, but I doubt that I will be able to do as you say. The king backed away from his cell's bars, sat down, and leaned against one of the walls. He seemed tired, exhausted even. His majestic aura had all but vanished. I am but a foolish ruler, an incompetent king. I had known that my son was up to something. I found his actions suspicious, but I was unable to act out against them. The king spoke in a self-loathing tone of voice. Do you truly believe that a dullard such as myself could truly maintain control of an entire country? Well man, you're going to have to. Cause if you don't, then I'll end up killing more of your countrymen than you can count. That stupid son of yours wants my land, but I'm not about to just hand it over on a silver platter. I like my peace, king, and he's threatening it. That's why I'm going to kill him and everyone he sends at me without a moment's hesitation. So you are saying that I should stop grumbling about my own weakness and simply get to work, basically? Yeah. Oh, and just putting this out there, the people that live in this city seem to want to see you reinstated. In fact, the church and their happy little friends were planning to storm the castle tonight, just to save you. The church? Really now? The king narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Hey, don't ask me. All I know is that they mentioned something about being at odds with the prince's faction, and standing to lose lots if it managed to come into power. Hence the rescue op, I said. So it doesn't really matter whether you were planning out your retirement or whatever. The dam has already been broken, king, and there are few capable of truly stopping the flood. I see, the king muttered as if amused. I suppose it is a parent's duty to atone for their child's sins. He seemed to hesitate for a moment before heaving a long, heavy sigh. He then got to his feet and turned to face me. All the exhaustion on his face had vanished, gone with the wind as if it had never been to begin with. His eyes shone with a powerful, majestic light. Very well, I agree to your terms. Please assist in removing me from this prison. Perfect? I smirked. Oh, but fair warning. If you ever antagonize me, then I'll kill you and everyone else that took part in your plans without fail. I'm sure you wouldn't want this poor little daughter of yours sobbing all over the grave you dug for yourself now, would you? For some odd reason, the king responded to my threat with a smile. What? I believe that the average threat in such a scenario would be that you would slay my daughter. I didn't respond. I couldn't see my own face, nor could the king given my mask, but I was sure that the expression on my face looked fairly similar to that of a shocked Pikachu. I can't say that I ever expected my daughter's hero to be a demon lord. What an interesting turn of events. The king smiled. Ah, right. There is one thing that I must say. What now? I groaned. The king bowed. He bowed as deeply as his old back would allow. I thank you for rescuing my daughter. The dignified, kingly mask he wore was nowhere to be seen. Instead, it had been replaced by an expression that could only ever belong to a loving father. PFT, it was nothing. The perverted prick abusing her just happened to catch my eye and tick me off. That's all there was to it, I scoffed. Anyway, let's get the hell out of here. Reinforcements will be here soon, so we really should hurry the hell up. I grabbed the cell's bars and wrenched them open, creating a space large enough for the king to pass through. My hearing, which had been enhanced by sheer virtue of the fact that I was a demon lord, had picked up on a faint clattering coming from up above. Sounds like they must have found one of the soldiers' eye code. My cover was blown, but I didn't particularly mind. The king and his daughter were safe. I no longer ran the risk of them being offed just cause I'd been detected. Sweet. Looks like I'll finally get a chance to blow off all the stress I've been building up lately. A wide grin appeared on my face as I drew Zayan from within my inventory. I could feel the sword respond with glee. Man Zayan, you sure do love work. Them be some corporate slave vibes you're giving off right there. Wait a second, that's not it at all. You're just happy you get to make people bleed, aren't you? God damn it. Wasn't getting rid of the curse supposed to fix that damned personality of yours? After further consideration, I realized that while the blade still did drain the blood of those it injured, it at least no longer afflicted them with a curse. That is at least a step up, right? Yeah, let's just go with that. On a completely unrelated note, the mask I was currently wearing was the full-faced one as opposed to the one with a hole around the mouth. I had swapped it out right before I first entered the castle. I know why, but I just like this one more. You good enough to walk? I am. Then carry your daughter. I'll make you a nice clear path. The king exited his cell through the hole I made, ran over to his daughter, and lifted her up in his arms. All her injuries have vanished, he exclaimed. Was the potion you gave her an elixir? An elixir? Nah, it was just a regular high-grade potion. Is that not precisely what an elixir is? I know not if this city has another in circulation. However, I will ensure that I pay you back in kind. And again, I truly thank you for using an item of such value on my daughter. Wait, seriously? High-grade potions were that valuable? I had always assumed that they weren't anything all that special. The combination of their name and the fact that Lefi had casually suggested that everyone should have a few in reserve had led me to assume that they weren't all that special. I had assumed that most combatants had one or two in stock, as per the Dragon Girl's suggestion. Thinking about its ridiculously powerful effects, however, soon caused me to accept that I was in the wrong. I mean, it works, and there's nothing wrong with things that work, even if they are a tad bit expensive, right? Okay, yeah, no, who am I kidding? I should probably be a bit more careful about using these things outside the Wicked Forest from now on. I smiled awkwardly to myself before heading up to the surface and all its commotion, the king and his daughter in tow. Chapter 99, A Battle Within a Castle, Part 1. Ha ha ha, come at me and get your asses beat like the weak little shits you are. I laughed in an overly exaggerated manner as I incapacitated with overwhelming force any soldier that dared face me, or at least that was what I had envisioned happening. Reality was a bit different for reasons. The soldiers were behaving in a bit of an odd manner. There were a lot of them. My guess had most likely been on point, although I didn't have any evidence to back it. The response we were faced with suggested that someone had finally found one of the many soldiers that I had used active stealth to avoid. The king and I had been subject to a constant onslaught ever since the moment we first stepped foot out of the dungeon. Soldiers were coming our way in an endless stream and attempting to encircle us at every given opportunity. That part was normal, and if the soldiers had actually attempted to truly engage us, then everything that followed would also have been normal, but most hadn't. Greya, I'm dying, I'm totally dying. Oh, the pain. Medic, I need healing. Every soldier around me had been blown away each time I swung my weapon. Regardless of whether or not I had actually hit them, simply put, they were acting. They had leapt away in a realistic manner and feigned injury immediately afterwards in order to avoid conflict. And each time I looked at the men, they would return my gaze with a nod, a knowing expression of acknowledgement, because although they couldn't disobey their orders, they too fought for the king. It was evident that many of the soldiers present did not wish to rebel, that they were not fighting for the prince's faction of their own will. Welp, now I feel kinda bad about avoiding everyone. Sorry guys, the pieces of shit I met in town made me assume you were all hostile douchebags. I'll make it up to you later by treating you to a good chunk of meat. Well, you seem rather liked. It appears so. The king nodded. but only after doing a bit of inner reflection. The battle unfolding before him seemed to have prompted a thought. It didn't take long for me to become a willing participant in the soldier's farce. That was why I had started laughing the way I had. I was doing my best to hold back too. I was using the back of Zayan's blade and only swinging it with a fifth of my usual strength, just in case. I didn't want to actually injure any of my allies. After all, what are you imbeciles doing? Seeing his subordinates fall like pins had caused one of the men in charge to grow impatient. He began yelling at them while brandishing his sword in a manner that clearly conveyed his annoyance. Stop fooling around and capture them already. Unlike his subordinates, the commander clearly had a foot in the prince's camp. Guess I'm doing him in. I kicked off the ground. I took a single step that spanned the entire distance between the commander and I. And hurry it, Drat. He tried to complain some more, but it soon devolved into incoherent screaming. I used the arm not holding my blade to drill a fist into his solar plexus the moment he opened his mouth. There was a loud crack. The strike not only completely destroyed his armor, but also sent him flying into the building to his rear. The way he stuck to the wall and then slowly peeled off of it afterwards was almost comical in nature. Oh no, one of the knights immediately took advantage of the change in the situation. He took out the captain. Retreat, men, we're no match for him. Get the hell out of here. The knight's shout sounded so happy it almost came off as celebratory. He and his buddies immediately began to fake a desperate retreat, one that emulated what would likely only ever be seen on the most grievous of battlefields. For some odd reason, even the soldiers that should have been completely uninjured started to limp away. Some borrowed each other's shoulders, while others dragged their heavily wounded by grabbing them under the armpits and slowly hauling them off the battlefield. I couldn't help but smile awkwardly as I watched them act. There simply wasn't any other way I could respond. Oh wait, details. Yuki, details. How could you forget? Well, hate to break it to you, soldier, but it looks like you've been captured by the enemy. I moved over to one of the limping men and placed a hand on his shoulder. Clearly, this means you've become a good old prisoner of war, sir. Yes, sir. I've been caught by enemy forces, and therefore it's only natural that I am classified as POW. The enemy's been interrogating me, so it isn't my fault if I spill any important military information. Fortunately, the guy I caught was quick on his feet. He immediately got where I was going and answered in a way that indicated he was totally on board. So first things first, where exactly is that shithead of a prince holed up? His Highness is probably either in his study or the audience hall. I'm not sure exactly which of the two he's in right at this moment, but it should be one or the other. Alright, what about the soldiers loyal to him? Where are they located? Most of them are probably in town dealing with the riot that's broken out just outside the castle grounds. There are a few left inside, but we'll have them pinned down for you, so you shouldn't need to worry about them at all. Wait, there's a riot? Mind explaining that whole situation? The church seems to have riled up the citizens and caused a huge mess. We've always been at odds with His Highness faction, so they had us stay inside the castle to prevent us from joining the rebel side and putting His Highness soldiers in a bad spot, he said. But thanks to you, we've finally found ourselves able to take action, and for that, we thank you. Every last one of us. Nah, don't worry about it. I'm just, also doing mission things, I said. I just did what I had to. That's all. I began thinking about the riot as I spoke. Did they decide to push up the schedule because of that whole orphanage thing? Yeah, that sounds about right. Carlotta probably realized that they'd lose the initiative if they waited, so she probably used that whole incident to drive the citizens into a frenzy. Wait, isn't she supposed to be a paladin? I'm pretty sure causing a riot and manipulating the citizens into becoming a distraction is just about as unknightly as you can get. And that's ignoring the whole expectation where holy knights are supposed to be even more strict with the rules and whatnot. Oh well, whatever. Given the circumstances, I doubted it'd be that long before I met up with the rescue squad. Soon, I'll be able to just hand them the king and go smash the prince's face in. I didn't have the time to casually escort the old man to safety and come back. There was a chance that the prince would run if we took too long, and I didn't want him getting away. Sweet, That just about fills me in on everything I wanted to know, I said. So I'll make sure to get the key. His Majesty somewhere safe. You guys should probably get going too. Don't push yourselves too hard though. Sir? Yes, sir. The same goes to you, and we wish you the best of luck. The prisoner of war saluted me, bowed to the king, and went back to retreating alongside his buddies. Once he was gone, I turned back around to face the old man. Right, King Dude. The actual rescue squad should be here soon. You should probably get ready to take your daughter and have them escort you guys to safety. There is one thing I would like to ask you. What do you intend on? Ending my son's life? Yeah, I do. I see. The king responded to my nod by closing his eyes. He waited a few moments before finally slowly opening them again. The look on his face seemed to indicate that he had came to some sort of decision. I would like to be allowed to accompany you. Look man, I'm sorry, but it doesn't matter whether or not you tag along. Your son's life is going to end, and I'll be the one to do it. Nothing you say is going to change my mind. Not now, not ever. It simply couldn't be helped. The prince's very presence was a threat to my peace. My son has committed high treason. His demise is inevitable. He will be put to death even if you do not choose to slay him. The inevitability, however, is precisely why I wish to oversee his final moments. His words caused me to pause for a moment. I couldn't deny his thoughts, because I understood that that was just what it meant to be a parent. Just don't get in my way, alright? I swear that I will not. The only response I could offer the stubborn old king was a sigh. Chapter 100, A Battle Within a Castle. Part 2. The first thing the king and I did after our little conversation about murdering his son was to move. We needed to get the little princes somewhere safe. Since we knew that our allies would be somewhere in front, we cut through the castle's interior and headed out front. Lo and behold, the rescue squad was right there waiting for us. Their pace was so brisk that watching them was almost a bit fascinating. Your Majesty, you're safe. Carlotta, who was at the squad's front, hailed the king the moment she saw him before turning towards me with a bit of a suspicious look. You were the one who rescued him, I take it. Carlotta was this operation's supreme commander. Yet, I had somehow expected her to be here. She just seemed like the type that would take to the front lines and order the soldiers to follow her as she charged into the fray. And she wasn't the only familiar face either. Oh, hey Nell, fancy seeing you around these parts. Wait. Why are you here? Asked Nell. The hero's presence confirmed that the church did indeed view her as an important asset. There was no way they would have deployed her on such an important mission had they felt otherwise. Explaining it all would be a huge pain in the ass, so I'ma just not. Nell looked like she was about to complain, but her boss cut her off before she could. Cease, Nell. I too want to ask him many, many things. But this is not the time for that. We are before His Majesty, and we don't want to waste his time. Save any questions you have for later. The knight took a knee as she lectured her subordinate. Soon, her whole unit followed suit. Your Majesty, we are glad to see both you and your daughter in good health. Nothing could possibly mean more to us than your safety. Enough, said the king. Raise your heads. There is no need for you to go through with pleasantries. This is an emergency, and I see it only rational that we act in a manner befitting of such. Understood, Your Majesty. Carlotta got to her feet and turned to her unit to instruct them to do the same. I used her momentary bit of inattention to whisper into the king's ears. I know these guys, and they know me, but they don't know what I really am. So don't be giving me away. The king gave the slightest nod possible. He too was being all sneaky-like. I hadn't told the stubborn old coot the whole truth. Nell knew my identity, but I figured that it'd be better for me not to tell him that. Given the circumstances, Your Majesty, might I suggest evacuating immediately? A part of this unit will accompany you and ensure that you make it to safety. Please evacuate only my daughter, said the king resolutely. I am afraid that I must remain, sir. Carlotta made a stupefied expression, as if she hadn't ever expected that she would be denied. It is my understanding that you will soon make your way towards my idiotic excuse of a son. I shall join you in seeing to his demise. But Your Majesty, Carlotta gave a troubled frown. She simply didn't know how else to react to the king's unexpected suggestion. I understand that I am asking for a significant favor, but I insist. You must escort me to his side. And him being a stubborn old coot probably isn't helping either. Their conversation soon came to an unexpected, abrupt end. My skills started blaring alarms through my head. An enemy had come and a crisis was upon us. The strength of crisis detection's response changed based on the severity of the threat. For example, Iluna loved to start hitting me when she started to get angry. She would pound the bottom of her fists into my chest. It was obviously an attack, but the skill judged it so inconsequential that it was completely ignored. However, the skill would begin blaring off alarms the moment Lefi attempted the same adorable thing. It would instill an overwhelming sense of crisis throughout every fiber of my being. The sensation I was currently feeling was nowhere close to the threat of an angry Lefi, but it was still enough of a threat to cause the skill to pop. Based on what I'd experienced within the Wicked Forest, such a sensation meant that the attack being launched my way was one that would cause significant harm if I didn't react immediately, and as such, I took an action that could almost be called reflexive. I raised the blade I had been resting atop my shoulders and held it above my head in order to block the incoming attack. A loud clang pierced my ears and a dull shock ran through my arms. The attack was a heavy one. In fact, it was so heavy that I couldn't help but think that the attacker had jumped off the castle in order to give his first strike a bit of oomph. You actually blocked that? Not bad. Not bad at all. I turned around to see my attacker, a burly man with his weapon drawn and ready to go. The look on his face was wrong. He was just so happy and enraptured that I couldn't help but feel a sense of danger. For my chastity. Oh hell no. You stay the fuck out of my ass. I almost stumbled across my own words as I turned around and attempted to strike him with a roundhouse kick. But unlike everyone else I'd fought today, he managed to dodge it and take up a stance with his blade. Again, I was assaulted by an instinctive repulsion. He was a pervert. I could just tell. Ha ha ha. The man laughed. I only took this shitty job because I heard I'd get a chance to fight the church's famous Lady Knight, or even the hero herself. But would you look here, I've got myself something even better. What a lucky day it is. If I knew someone like you was coming, then I would have gotten myself off my ass even earlier. The man grinned as widely as any human being possibly could while his eyes began to glow with a sharp glint. Gross. That's fucking gross. God help me. This motherfucker's one of them freaks obsessed with fighting, and one of the really messed up ones at that. His equips were indicative of the fact that he was your everyday soldier. I would have been quite happy if it had turned out that he was basically wearing rags, but unfortunately, it was the opposite. Analyze informed me that his gear was much better than anything a mere member of the rank and file could ever afford. He said something about a job, right? I guess that would probably make him either a merc or an adventurer. The rude pervert's entrance caused the king and the knights to tense up. "Hey, are you okay?" asked Nell in a panicked tone. "I'm fine, don't worry about me, just go do what you gotta do." The war-crazed pervert seemed to have judged me as a worthy foe or something. He was no longer even considering anyone else. They'd all left his focus. His sword was directed at me and only me. He was unlikely to chase the king and his knights so long as I remained. You goddammit, give me a break. Look man, I'm a pacifist, sure, I fight stuff, but only because it's absolutely necessary. I only do what I have to, nothing more. 'Cause unlike this degenerate, I don't actually like almost getting myself killed. A member of the rescue team attempted to attack the man. He moved in a ninja-like manner, approached the pervert from behind, and attempted to hit one of his blind spots, but it didn't work. Get out of here, small fry. This party is exclusive. Invite only. There was a flash. The ally that had attacked was split right in half. His death prompted Carlotta to click her tongue in annoyance. Are you going to need backup? Nah, I'm good. If anything, you guys will just get in my way. If I had to describe Zayn in a single word, I would deem the blade massive. Its effective range was far too large for me to want to bother accounting for any allies that may or may not be in the way. It wasn't impossible, but I just didn't want to bother. I wasn't all that great at swordplay. Chances were, I would mess up and accidentally cleave right through anyone that moved to support me. Olga, duo. What is it, ma'am? The two of you take the king's daughter and withdraw immediately. The rest of you, to me, will be escorting his majesty. Yes, ma'am, your majesty. Please try your best not to stray from our sides. Of course, said the king. I'll leave you to take care of him. Why? But don't die, said the knight. I still have many things to ask you. Be careful, added Nell. Yeah, I got it. Hurry up and go already. I kept my eyes in front and trained on the enemy as I spoke. The two girls nodded and left to go carry out their duties. In the end, the only two that remained were me and the battle-crazed pervert. You sure you don't need to go after the king? I asked. Wasn't killing him your goal? It ain't a problem. My contract only says that I'm in charge of fighting anyone strong, he said. And I'm pretty sure the strongest person in that group was you. Crimson appeared on the man's face as his expression contorted into that of a blushing maiden. What a lucky man I am. I can't believe I get to face such a strong foe. This too must be karma. Doing good deeds every day has finally come full circle. Fuck. Gross. Oh god, that is literally the most disgusting expression I've seen in my life. Someone get me some bleach for my eyes. Now, I simply could not imagine anything more disgusting than the man before me. Good deeds? Looking at you, that just smells like bullshit, I spat. Even just having the pervert around had left a bad taste in my mouth. So I kicked through the air and initiated combat. My movements were so quick that it was almost like I had initiated the fight with a teleport.